Hello everyone, welcome back at the Prague International Chess Festival. We had a day off yesterday and now we are back to the action. Somehow we missed each other and people are so happy to be back and smiling to each other, greeting to each other. Of course, the usual setup what we have here is David Navara have arrived as a first person and he made the photos with the players of the futures. All the participants of the futures are also here. I would like to take you to the board that we are going to focus so much today, and this is the board where we have two favorites of this round facing to each other. Jordan Van Forest against David Navara. Here we have only half a point difference between them. Very important match. David is already here waiting for his opponent, getting ready. Such a match that we have to take a look at. How's your mood today?
Fine. Hopefully it will be good after the game as well.
I hope so too. Best of the luck.
Thank you.
And if we go just on the other side, we're going to see another very interesting matchup. Here we have Nodirbek Yakubov facing Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Abdusattorov is another favorite of this tournament. He just crossed the barrier of the rating and now he's world number 4. If I'm not mistaken. If I'm mistaken, then forget about it. He's facing his countryman. To play against your countryman, maybe friend, it's always challenging at this kind of tournaments. So a lot of nerves. Let's go to another very important board. The board of my choice actually is this one. Here we have Hans Neiman, who has not scored yet any point, but he's playing such an incredible games. He's sacrificing. He's giving us all. He's facing Vincent Keymer. Vincent is also have a bit of shaky tournament, but we have seen his best as well at this event. So this is the board that I'm so much curious. And the final board of the Masters. Here we have two Indians facing against each other. Gukesh with white pieces. He has not scored any victory. So close in many rounds, but yeah, no. And he's playing against Aravindh, the champion of the previous year, and I'm just looking. Gukesh has 2 extra bottles here of water. I always wonder, like, how come that he has this endless supplies of water? I think he asked the organizers to bring extra bottles. I guess so, because it's only him who has it, and it's hidden, but it's not hidden from my eyes and our camera. Look at that, we found it. We found it. And if we just move a little bit on the other side, we have here a lot of quite known personalities of chess, of course, making first moves. And we have the challengers, very important tournament. A winner of the challengers will go to the Masters next year. So important. Is this the game of Finnack? It is a game of Finnack, yes, that's true. He's facing Keymer. Keymer is not having a great tournament. She's struggling, but we have seen top players getting back into the final rounds. So Finnack is actually a point ahead to the second place. Here we have the situation. In the challengers, we have a leader 1 point ahead. In the Masters, we have a leader, Van Forest, with half a point ahead of 2 players. So that's a bit of difference. The other matchups are also very interesting. Divya will take white pieces against Bertson. Interesting matchup on these 2 boards. Divya said at the interview that she had a crazy game, but somehow she managed to win only 1 game. I think she should win more games because she's in a good shape. Keymer and Divya, both of them have candidates tournament coming up very fast, so it's their time to practice here and yeah, just to get in the shape. If we turn on the other side, everybody is smiling and chatting. It's time for photos. David Navara is obviously someone that everybody wants to have a photo. And you guys, guess what? If you are somewhere here in Europe or in Prague, make sure you come on time because we have a lot of chairs, but all of them are occupied. And during the day, if you come here, you will not find a seat. You have to stand there whole time. You don't want to do that, so come early. And of course, we have the open tournament alongside with all of this, and a lot of well-known grandmasters are here to compete. So We're back in action. I'm so happy to have this tournament back. Last final rounds, and we're ready. Now, you guys, I'm gonna leave you alone here. You can take a look, and I'll be joining stream later on.
Dobré odpoledne, dámy a pánové, vítám vás zde je to 7. den, ale při 6. kole sjednotily se nám všechny turnaje, takže v Openu jedeme 6. kolo a zrovna tak zde na hlavní stage.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 6th round of all tournaments in this festival. Nejprve máme jedno oznámení. Ve foyer na infocentru je k dispozici QR kód pro zájemce, kteří by se chtěli zúčastnit průzkumu o srovnání Fischerových šachů a klasických šachů. Můžete si dole naskenovat QR kód a vyplnit pár otázek v prvním patře. There is an announcement, there is an ongoing survey on comparison of Fischer random chess and classical chess. Who is interested in participation? Please scan the QR code in the info center in the first floor and you can answer a few questions about that.
A jako obvykle přijde na pořadu vyhlášení partie 5. kola, kterou obdrží český hráč David Navara.
The prize for the best game of the 5th round goes to David Navara.
A je mi zde velkým potěšením přivítat Jeruna van den Berka, ředitele Tata Steel Chess turnaje ve Vajkanze, který dnes provede úvodní tah a vyšlo nám to krásně. Uvede samozřejmě první tah u partie Jordana van Forista a Davida Navary. Prosím.
And it's my great honor to welcome here the director of the Tata Steel Chess Tournament in Vajkanze, Mr. Jeroen van den Berg, who will also make the ceremonial first move at the first board of Masters Tournament.
Also, nice good day for my part, and after all these formal duties have been completed, it's now the time to start your clocks, please.
Hello everyone, welcome to the 6th round of the Prague International Festival. The game have started and I have a distinguished guest, my dear colleague Sergei Movsesyan. Movsi, welcome.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the invitation.
I was not sure that you will come today because yesterday Real Madrid has suffered a very tough loss. I was not sure because you are passionate about them.
True. I have to admit that I did watch the game, but they played so badly that I do hope that this round will be much better. All the games will look much more aggressive and interesting than yesterday's match.
Yeah, I will try to remind our viewers a little bit later about your fantastic career, but let's check the moments of the round. So we just have these openings coming. D4, but also some E4. Of course, Gukesh Aravindh is something which drives our attention. G6, probably accelerated dragon or something, some Marozzi coming. Aravindh, enough was of Philidor, right?
Well, I don't know if this is this line has a better reputation than Philidor. He is aiming for hyper accelerated dragon, which, of course, is one of the openings which are possible to use. But yeah, well, an interesting choice from Aravindh overall the tournament, because don't see these openings too much, and it's nice, refreshing. Hopefully also bring some points to Aravindh as well.
You were playing yourself top tournaments, I don't know, Sarajevo, also Vajkanze, you shared first or second place? Second place. That year, as I said, to remind our viewers, you had 2750 rating. I think that you learned that, I don't know, maybe your 30th birthday, that there is a blunder in chess. Maybe only opponents blunder, because I think you were not missing any detail for 1 or 2 years, which is normal if you want to have rating of 2750. You need to play almost precisely.
Well, hard to say if I discovered anything by myself. I had the feeling that my opponents really tried hard to help me, and I didn't even know if I want to achieve a certain rating. But yeah, it was there for a while.
2751, and I'm not speaking about my rating on Chess and chess.com. It was FIDE rating, right?
I'm not sure that chess.com was was there. Yeah, of course it was in different times. Theory was maybe a little bit less developed. Probably that was one of the reasons why I had a very good run. Quite nice to remember this, but it's already quite a while ago. So
Yeah, I wanted to ask you regarding this strategy. You're coming to this top tournament, 14 rounds, 13 rounds in Vike, and also when you're playing Sarajevo tournament with Garry Kasparov and all other top guys. It's not so simple to come up with something with the black pieces against e4, I believe.
oh, that's what I meant when I said the theory was much less developed, probably, and it was. For me, it was not, strangely enough, not such a big issue because, well, first experience in Sarajevo with top tournaments was quite revealing, I think, for many things like preparation, daily routines, things I have seen basically from this experienced top players. And I managed to use them later on, of course, in some other tournaments where I was a little bit more successful than the one you mentioned with Kasparov. But I think that openings were maybe a smaller issue back then, strangely enough, at least for me. Of course, the theory was developed, but today computers are on absolutely different level, and opening knowledge is also on a very different level. And I would say that the development of technologies did change chess a lot. So sometimes I miss that game.
Yeah, exactly. You were playing Sicilian back then, right? Exclusively. So here we have this Sicilian in Gukesh versus Aravindh, as you mentioned, G6. Lately I was playing the narrowest Sicilian, something I advise to beginners or players, club players who want to have something narrow. That OKL is maybe the narrowest one, and on C3 it's possible to react with D5, ED, and then there is this known pawn sacrifice. I played it against Peter Rach and some other players. So here after G6 we are transposing to the Alapin. C4 is possible to enter Marozzi, and D4, Queen D4. You yourself, you were playing, I think, maybe Queen D4 in this situation sometimes.
Unfortunately, I had very few opponents who went for hyper-accelerated dragon. But if they would, I would most likely opt for Queen takes D4 because actually Queen takes D4 was a move which I used in the main Sicilians as well. So here it's a bit specific, of course, slightly different because Black is trying to develop very quickly. The idea is after E5 to play Knight C6, so Bishop B5 is one of the moves here instead of.
And here, just to explain to the viewers that this knight will find some place. It can be D5 or H5. It doesn't mean that it needs to go back after some queen move. And Bishop B5 was all theory, which
still exists actually. And I think
also Knight C3, right?
Well, then accelerated. I think hyper-accelerated dragon has a small disadvantage that it actually allows white more or less to play whatever they wish. And in today's game, we see that Gukesh went for version of Alapin, which is also considered to be one of the ways how to treat hyper-accelerated dragon. After D5, I think he go D5 most likely.
He went for Bishop B5. I just want to say that I was playing this with the black pieces, and then after C3, C3, D5, E D5, Queen D5. I don't know. Let's say D4. It's possible to go G6 and then go back even to D8. It's not something which is considered bad. Just to say that there are some fellow grandmasters, Knight A6 is sometimes possible, who wanted to be smart and first to take on D4 and then to develop this knight, but ouch.
Yes,
unfortunately.
This is not such a great idea.
Because there is this
double
nice
attack.
double attack. So Queen D8 is something people tend to do, but it's also possible to play something else, like lines with CD and stuff. So here he went instead of that, instead of taking on D4 and possible D4 a main move, he went for this Bishop B5 detail. This is something I'm not familiar with.
Yeah, I think that E5, well, surely E5 is one of the possible moves in initial position before Bishop B5 check. This is one of the ways how white sometimes treats this. So this is also a possibility. But Bishop B5, actually, I'm not sure. Well, the motive is there, obviously, but he played it rather quickly. So I would expect that it was not a huge surprise for him after 3 Philidors when the last one didn't go very well for Aravindh, so it was to be expected that he will come up with something else. How much could hyper-accelerated dragon be expected? This is a question for, I think, for Gukesh and for maybe Aravindh as well. But well, he seems to be sure what he is doing here. Well, generally the structure is similar to many other openings, clearly, like advanced French, advanced Caro, where bishop on g7 may not be placed so perfectly. So maybe that's White's bet that he actually did develop his bishop quickly, finishes castled, goes for d4.
And
next.
we are probably expecting some f6 to happen at some stage. e6 is also possible to be a little bit passive, but safe.
Yeah, generally I'm not a big fan of this setup. For you mentioned that I played Sicilians, but not this ones. Somehow I can't say I trust them completely, but of course, if you want to avoid your opponent's prep, you may come up with something like this.
You are also a Georgian women team captain, coach. How about them? But they're most likely playing Caro-Kann, like all the Georgians are.
Not all of them, but they don't play this. Yes, so this I can.
This is forbidden.
Yeah. No, it's not forbidden, but well, all of them are very experienced players, so already tried many different openings. So I cannot really reveal all the opening preparation, but not only Caro-Kann, and of course after e4 there is a variety of things they can do, and this is not the position. Well, let's say the opening we are focused very much.
I don't know. Do we have some kind of candy or chocolate we can ask our viewers? Where was Sergei Movsisyan born? I'm not sure how many would know that. Yeah. Okay.
I'm happy I still remember myself.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay, people tend to remember that Garry Kasparov was born, right?
In neighborhood.
Yes, in Baku, yeah. Okay, so interesting position. Now we will get into some stable phase, but here d4 was played, which is also a normal way. It seems that black, as you mentioned, has managed to get an upgraded version of French defense, or maybe some Kero, but this bishop, as you mentioned, when it goes to g7, then only f6 is a reasonable way to proceed.
Well, space is going to be an issue for black in any case, and well, in the main lines actually after e5, instead of bishop b5 check, it's also possible to get something similar where black's issue is always first of all, well, you don't have this comfortable square for the knight on f6, and secondly, you're already committed to g6, so you will have to go something like f6 to free the position up. And yeah, well, hard to say why this, but well, maybe he felt that this is a weakness in Gukesh's repertoire, or just had the mood for something else.
One thing, Mosi, I was actually lately just discussing that you have those stuff in Gurgenidze variation. I don't know, for example, like G6, yeah. And when it goes, I don't know, let's say now, knight f3, let's say that we have this kind of position, and at some point black goes, or if white goes with f4, at some point e5, and I don't know, let's say f4 and stuff, we have those kind of things where black gets rid of this bishop, but then we have bishop pair, and sometimes after e6 black goes back f8 and e7. I know that's why Magnus sometimes is tricking people by offering Pertz or modern, but then he stays with the bishop on f8 for a while, and then pushes d6 d5, lose a tempo, for example in this move order somewhere, then he loses a tempo, push d5 later, but at least his bishop is already on f8 and it can go to e7. So there are some kind of details with postponing this bishop development, but here I don't see that that black can do that way. And
well, also you mentioned that black may have saved the tempo on not going bishop g7, but well, the same applies to white as well, because white usually in lines you mentioned before was the knight was on c3, So usually for white it becomes an issue to protect the center, or let's say to support the center with c3. And here actually he saved the tempo as well by going c3 d4 directly, so he can comfortably place his b1 knight elsewhere, probably if d2 f1 later on. In any case, I wouldn't say that, well, even if black achieves everything in Gurganidze, Karo, maybe if you are Magnus, probably it helps a bit. But even if you achieve everything there, still, well, I have doubts that black fully equalized.
Yeah, this is what I mentioned. It's not a beauty constant when someone can say, "I congratulate you. You have a very nice position. Let's give you a point."
Yes, you saved the tempo.
Yes, yeah, but still you need to move on. How about Gukesh openings e4 compared to d4? What's your opinion there?
Well, I guess that he actually tries. He comes up with boss. Not sure which one he is more comfortable in, especially in this tournament. I feel that he is struggling. We actually the last stream were not. We were not there. We were discussing the glasses. If maybe that is a part of a thing which makes him a bit uncomfortable, and maybe that's one of the reasons. I don't know. Of course, we may find out something after he wins his first game, and he will be happy to give an interview. But again, I would repeat that whatever openings, whatever results, whatever form he is in, I admire the willingness to play tournaments when you are a world champion and you could easily sit back and enjoy. And instead, he comes, even if he is not in great form at the moment, but we should be actually very carefully watching him till the end of the tournament, because Grand Swiss, for instance, also he was struggling, and then he managed to hit back at the end. So maybe he's preparing for a second part of the tournament. Of course, not deliberately, not playing well in the first, but I think the game against Abdusattorov was very difficult. He was playing very well, but his time management was far from perfect, and
which is sometimes a sign of good shape, or when you feel comfortable.
Usually. Well, on the other hand, Abdusattorov, actually his position was not great, but time was great compared to Gukesh, and he did manage to capitalize on that. Second time control.
Regarding drawing of lots at the opening ceremony, Gukesh got this number 1, which always excites people. I will be first 2 rounds wide, but actually it didn't pay off.
Well, I'm very philosophical about colors in general, because of course it may be an important thing when you start with 2 whites, or well, generally any number in the first half of a tournament is good, but sometimes some tournaments may be very, very interestingly played out when a player with more blacks can actually be a surprising leader or winner of it, because so the thing is that to some players it actually is profitable to have more blacks in a strong tournament. When your opening repertoire is not too good with white, or let's say not so well, you can't hit your opponent so much in the openings, then probably when it makes sense to have more blacks. So I wouldn't be here. I mean, never was overexcited by being getting number 1 in drawing of lots. So I guess that it's up to. It's always to be seen after the tournament how it did play out.
Yeah, there are some players like Arjun Ergaisi, who is a very interesting player with the black pieces, and sometimes he creates bigger mess with the black pieces comparing to the white ones. Okay, let's. We could see now the playing call, and you can see that this combination of open tournament and top players, it's normal that I would say top players are more into their preparation than players in the open section. But I was surprised to see that some of my colleagues are struggling, or our colleagues are struggling in the Open tournament. Like Nevednici lost his first round. It's not so easy these days, mostly to prove the result and the image and knowledge in Open tournaments.
No, definitely. Opens, of course, opens remain to be somehow a point of your career where basically when you still playing them, but more and more youngsters, and we are not getting younger ourselves, so it becomes more and more difficult, of course, to prove your level at these Open tournaments. As I mentioned at the beginning, the game has changed a lot. Lots of young players are well prepared. You may not have an idea about the quality of his game, of his opening preparation, and the level of play, of course, as well, because many very lately I would say that in many cases young players from India, for example, they come with very low ratings because they don't have a chance to gain proper rating in tournaments in India, so they come and collect it from people in the Opens, and I think that in many cases you would see a player with 2000 or 2100 and his real playing strength may be just 200 points higher.
I had a discussion with Sam Shackland at the London Classic, and he said sometimes, when people retire with 2800 rate, they like get it out of the system. So it will be maybe better that they still play, and then that you have a chance to take that rating, not that this number is gone, and then people are taking only ours rating.
Well, interesting point of view. I would happily watch Sam doing this. I myself, I still play. I didn't retire officially, but I don't play many tournaments. I'm still up to investing some points to rating points to youngsters, but you still will have to do something here to come get it. But generally, of course, to be honest, on the other hand, I have to say that myself, when I came to it's already more than 30 years ago, but when I arrived to some European Open tournaments, actually was in very similar situation. I had no rating, but already was Soviet Union junior champion, so in my age. So then the problem was that, of course, you had no tournaments where you could gain a rating, or get a rating even. So my first tournament was quite successful, but for people it was pretty shocking that a guy without a rating I scored an IM norm.
Okay, or like Kasparov playing in Banja Luka tournament, and then Gukesh was mentioning Grandmaster, why we are inviting this guy, what is he doing here?
Yeah, okay, of course it's each time has some specific rating adjustments, of course, with youngsters here. You may see them on 2000 today and maybe 2400s in the next month, because this also changes in rating system calculation are encouraging youngsters to make big progress. But rating system is an issue which we are not going probably to be able to solve here quite yet. So let's see how players will deal with their ratings in this tournament.
Yeah, F6 was played in Gukesh versus Aravindh. Moving to Neiman versus Keymer, we can of course conclude here that players they know their business, and since we are already on move almost
I'm also
20.
interested to know what the business is, because I'm trying to understand how this could appear on the board that quickly.
Okay, so this is the opening of, as I said, I'm trying to grasp the logics, and I cannot. Why rook e1, why a4, why first h3? So it's not so simple to me to understand this. Why a6, why bishop a7 sometimes? So you will reveal this secret, and I really don't.
No a6, bishop a7, so
okay.
Easily solved there.
Okay, very good. And when do you play rook e1 first, and when do you play a4? Okay, so
there are many things. I think Giocopiano is probably one of the openings which developed the most in last 20 years. I'm quite happy it happened after I started playing it, because at that time, actually, you mentioned Vaikanze tournament, so I played in B group and managed to qualify to the A group, and actually thanks to Giocopiano mostly, because I played many games and nobody actually really seriously analyzed it back then. Can't say I did, but still was kind of had the surprise weapon and was very successful with it. Lucky sometimes as well. But since then, I think that every single tournament, every single round, we see one or two games in Giocopiano. Quite happy because of this. On the other hand, it becomes less and less playable for regular people. So
before digging to this A3, why this was allowed, which I cannot understand, regarding your career, personal best, I don't know, against top players, how are you scoring regarding your scalps and maybe big results against top guys?
Well, there were different cases. I had, let's say, a very bad score against Topalov, for example.
But you won against
I
him.
managed to beat him, but in our last encounter at the Olympiad, and before that, actually, it was not a very nice score. And true, he was mostly white, but still, he would come up with some opening novelty, and I was struggling in Sicilians.
I believe that he had a bit bigger team that you did.
Slightly, yes, slightly. Like maybe by any number of people he had working for him. But back then he was playing great chess. I would say that maybe one of the strongest players at that point in his prime. He was very strong, of course, and. But otherwise,
Vichy
actually never played the tournament game. We played only one rapid game.
Oh, interesting.
I didn't play enough tournaments to. The top tournaments I played few, but not enough. So maybe Magnus was an interesting case because when he started playing tournaments, he was very young. So first game I was extremely unhappy not to beat him with Black in King's Indian. But then I realized that maybe it was not such a bad result after all. And I actually strangely enough, keep a plus score against him in classical games, but also he overpressed in a drawish endgame and was punished a little bit unjustly. In rapid or blitz time controls, it was a different story.
Yeah, speaking about this, there's some kind you cannot estimate the talent, or let's say to predict the level of career. There was a famous story of my friend. He was playing football for Dinamo Zagreb, national team, then Panathinaikos, Porto, and some other clubs, Newcastle. And then he came back to Dinamo Zagreb, and they are having a training session, and one-on-one. And you need to follow that guy and need to defend, but only like you're playing a team game, but you're focused on only one player. And suddenly he realized that he's having an issue in defense, while when he's attacking, the guy is defending well. Like he said, I don't know, 34 years old, it's over. I should end up career. You know who was that player? Luka Modric. And then he realized after a few years that this guy is making problems to everyone. And then maybe that was not a good idea.
Well, it's always in comparison, of course, exactly. But actually, with Magnus, it was quite obvious that he's going to be good. He really, for his age, played just a very deep understanding of chess in general, and it was. It shouldn't be it didn't look like a rocket science to understand that he's going to be good. How good, we probably didn't imagine at that point, but
Ivan Sokolov, our friend, has some lecture which called, I don't know, estimated the talent or predicting the career, and he actually had not the same experience, but first time winning against Magnus and then saying, I don't see anything special, and then after few years this specialty was above his understanding, and he was always making jokes how he was dumb at that time.
Oh, did he
Yes,
admit?
yeah, he admitted this is something new, new waves. Yeah. Ivan is
this
a
is
new.
a more surprising.
Yes, new Ivan, right?
Yes. No, but well, also because he understands chess extremely well, so it's a bit surprising that he didn't see his maybe just a bad day for Magnus there. So. Yeah, but generally, of course, nowadays it became maybe even more complicated to understand, or because I have a feeling that I kind of understand less and less how the youngsters of nowadays generation operate, and not maybe how do they play as well. It's very different from us. I would say that probably working with computers influence the understanding of chess for them in many cases. I don't mean this by any means as a negative. The thing is that it's just different, and in many cases they are right. And our understanding of what we knew about chess, what we knew about positional understanding, it may just prove wrong sometimes.
Yeah, I can share the same feeling. I don't know how they operate in chess, but I know how they operate in paddle, because yesterday I was invited for a paddle match, and together with Danil Yufa, Parham Aksudlu, and Nodirbek Abdusatorov. And Nodirbek is very talented. He's like jumping like Boris Becker, flying around the court. Danil is also very sporty. But I managed to win 2 sets with Abdusatorov. Then we switched. I win 1 with Yufa and with Parham. So I won all 4 sets. Everyone was happy because at least they
But do you think any of them know who Boris Becker is?
That's a good question.
I do. But
that's a good question. But it was fun, and we were laughing a lot, and we played here next to the stadium, Slavia Prague. I believe you know the location.
Yes.
It was outside, and for 2 hours we almost enjoyed. And in that sense, I can say that they are very easygoing, making some jokes, and we were laughing a lot. They follow sport, current sports, NBA, Parkham, I don't know, Yufa was carrying Kvicha Kvaraskelia, I believe that you know.
No, he's a football fan, yeah.
Yeah. So, but in terms of chess, as you mentioned, it's a bit different, and I'm sometimes afraid to ask even.
Oh no, but it's interesting because, for instance, last time Vincent was our guest in the studio, and he was describing his preparation a bit and generally, and what was interesting for me, he mentioned, because Keti asked him about favorite drinks probably, or something like this. Oh no, she asked about what does he do when he's sleepy during the game. So and he said, well, no coffee, I don't drink coffee. And in general, I said that that modern youngsters, or chess youngsters at least, he mentioned that he has a feeling that they don't drink coffee or alcohol. So that's also one of the things why I said that.
So matcha, probably matcha.
Yeah, I don't know. So basically, that's one of the things why what I can include in. I don't know how they operate. So it's very different from. It's good for them, definitely good for their health, and I'm not sure about mental health, but in principle, I think it's very good for their bodies that they try to stay focused and they don't need all the things we thought we need.
Yeah, you're speaking about coffee, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mostly coffee.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking about Vincent, let's check what's going on here, mostly. So it was this knight f1 and a4, and ignoring a3, which.
Interesting. Frankly speaking, when I saw the fight, I see the position which is now at the board. I wouldn't have thought that this is Joko Piano. I actually would think that this is. Neither with bishop e2. I mean, so it looks so different. But interestingly enough, it's very complex, most likely. So it can.
How about Khan Sicilian with bishop a7? Also, or bishop b6.
Yeah, but then usually white doesn't go for this bishop f3 stuff. But this looks like very much like this bishop e2 line in either bishop e2, e5, knight b3. then rook e1, and so on. Many things which look similar there.
So a3 looks to me as some nice trump for black, but
I have to say, the saying that pawns are the only pieces on the board which cannot go back. So this one is not going back. Well, and if it goes forward, then it will be very good for black.
So 97, like we are having normal route. 97 is a typical, unless we have these two things included. So it's a bit strange now. And d4 in combination with b4. Okay.
You have to. Well, I also had to solve the bishop situation on b5. Because c6, d5 would come with tempest, and probably white was not interested.
Okay.
Which was very strange. Rui Lopez.
Yeah. Looks like a...
Well, I have to admit that time management suggests that all this is kind of... well, I'm not familiar with this line, I have to admit straight away. It seems that Vincent is, and Hans, not sure, maybe was till some point. And I won't even try to guess evaluation of an engine here. Nor that I care.
I will reveal. It's already much pleasant for black.
Bishop e3 looks weird there. I'm not sure this is something. But the whole idea, I'm not sure that white. I mean, knight on g3 looks nice if you manage to jump to f5, but if not, then the knight on h4 actually for black does the job, guarding this square, and bishop on b6 is so strong that white feels that he has to exchange it. So
yeah, let's go full screen. Let's check with the camera how worried is Vincent. Not really.
No, Vincent, I think he is very confident. He frankly doesn't really understand at the moment, so to say, why white went for this. If he gets this position with white after the opening, I mean.
Yeah, but what I've noticed before, it was also the thing that you would not go so simply to some worse position. It was also like matter of principle and some image. These days it's about your result. It's not about profile of your positions.
Well, maybe, but also you have to be aware that your position is worse. I have to say that this changed a lot again, because back in my times it was I mean, the engines were much less developed. They were already around, but not in. When I learned playing chess, there were no engines yet, luckily, because they would probably discourage me from playing chess. Because my opening preparation and positions I got were quite questionable.
I was speaking about chess assistant and all those stuff. Press F5 to see the games.
Well, engines were there, but it was Fritz 3, for example. So Dark Ages. But of course, nowadays, also the problem is that after you play your game, you can go and actually make fool of yourself by checking it with an engine. So this is probably the worst part, I think, when you analyze your game and you understand that you have seen like, I don't know, 30% of stuff, and this also changed a lot by when basically the ambition in openings became to get a good position, not only that you feel it's good, but also by engine evaluation. And sometimes this even overrides the general feeling. So you feel that you think that it's okay, then you turn on the engine and it says like -0.5. So like, oh no, how can I play this? But maybe you still can feel good in there. But it's not like that. It's very difficult to convince yourself to do this anymore. So, but this quick understanding of what is going on objectively, because I remember times when to prove something we had to take a chessboard sit, take a couple of coffees, and look at the position, analyzing it with my friends, for example, during Sarajevo tournaments. That
Or
quite a lot. Yeah.
Or for your friends, for example, like Levon Aryan, Gabriel Sargsyan, coming with H4, G4 stuff in Queen's Gambit. Declined.
It's a nice one. Yeah, I think you have in mind one particular game against
Hari Krishna.
Krishna during World Teams in 2011.
It was your signature, right?
Well, just a team effort. So thanks. I don't know. Maybe G4 H4 was back then somehow in my blood back as an idea. But
now G3 H3.
Now commenting on G3 H3.
Yeah, I got your point. There was once a case I was working with Zdenko Kozul, of course, you know him very, very, very well. And I was working with Zdenko, and there was an issue with laptop. Suddenly laptop collapsed, and we were working on Queen's Gambit accepted this E4, E5 line. And we needed to do it without engine. And after 3 hours, something engine recovered, and we were checking the lines. Everything was correct, but the engine threw this in like 3 minutes, and we spent 3 hours.
I expected that you would say that you set up the position wrongly, but
no, but yeah, no.
everything worked, but the position was.
No, but the point was that, of course, engine now saves you a lot of time, because to figure it out yourself sometimes it's really.
But it's true. But I think still this. The joy of finding some things by yourself still for me overweights the option to hit the space bar and look at the engine evaluation or engine ideas.
Just to tell to the viewers that when you hit the space bar, then engine immediately or program immediately moves with the best offered option, and sometimes people were sort of laughing, complaining seconds of top players was saying that they are basically hitting the engine, this space bar, and then you should do it for hours, and afterwards save it and send it to your boss. Okay, regarding this position, what will happen after a few exchanges? Now, White is hoping to launch some attack, because I don't see where to play besides this G file.
No, I believe that Black is going for D5 at some point. Maybe Bishop takes E3 and D5. It would look quite natural to me. Try to solve. The only issue of Black's position is probably this D6 pawn, which may become a target afterwards. But I would like to push D5 at some point. I'm not sure if I'm if I do it immediately, then Bishop takes B6 and ED5. So if I take on E3 first and then go D5, whatever you take back with.
Hans seems to be confident. Is this bluff of the century, or?
No, I think Hans is very confident in general. So I mean, even if you got in trouble, well, it's nothing new to him, I guess. So I believe that. Well, this position is. I can't imagine that he's super happy here. Not that, but also he is already experienced enough not to give up big emotions, and well, I think he is aware that Vincent is also well, feels comfortable.
I believe that you played also some games with Petar Leko, so I think that Petar is now happy.
Oh yeah, he's much more happy than when he saw Queen B6 against Abdusattorov. I will bet. So with here, I think that Peter's health is not in danger.
Yeah, greetings to him. I would love also to send one more greet. Have you played against Kula Skaido?
I think that we have played some games many years ago. Yes, I've seen.
Yeah, actually, we want to send greetings to him, to wish him a fast recovery. There was one post that he's under serious treatment in the hospital. Grandmaster, our colleague from Estonia, I played against him 10 years ago in Rome, one game, but of course I know him from the circle and from all the tournaments. He was represented Estonia, winning Aeroflot Open, huge tournament, and qualifying to Dortmund. He has, this fighting spirit, very high profile of the games were super interesting. Some scalps in his career. So as I mentioned, he said that he's following this broadcast. So big greetings to Kaido, and hopefully he will recover very soon, and that we will see him back to the chessboard.
Definitely, I know him also from the Soviet Union Junior Championship, so it's for ages. So I do hope that we'll see him soon enough over the board, and with all his E4, one E4, and the sharpest Sicilians as he used to play them. So. I'm also joining you.
Okay, so let's check our next games. Let's see how this one is going, because now we have an important one: Jordan van Forest versus David Navara. Are you surprised? It's maybe too strong to say, but how about your impression of our leaders?
I think they are careful. But I've seen the interview of Jordan. He said that he tries to lead a little bit more professionally. So this would fit actually a bit in the opening pick, because he went for D4. Of course, he can play both E4 and D4 successfully.
Maybe even B4, which was played as a ceremonial move, but which was taken back.
Yeah, B4 probably he would live for some different game. But D4. And he suggested that he wants to go for some little more positional ways. And Ragozin from David, and Queen B3 as again one of the more cautious lines, I would say. White tries to, maybe just pretends to play it safer, because there are many drawish lines in here. I'm not suggesting that Jordan is going for any of that, but he shows that he is not. Trying to go for blood immediately.
How many classical games you have in Rogozin? I think that you're playing that line.
Yeah, maybe around 40. Yes.
Yeah, so you know what you're saying. We can of course believe you. So Queen B3, the idea is not to go for some drawing lines, but maybe the idea is to avoid kind of position which happened 2 days ago. In Navara versus Yakuboev, where David has shown like fabulous calculation capabilities, but we know this from before as well. Yeah.
No, I think that Jordan is also not very shy of creativity, but this is a very solid approach. So maybe this is one of the things he wanted to show his opponent, that he actually is going to. But E3 is actually one of the.
Usually A3 is coming or something, right?
Yeah, well, it's A3 is usually after knight A6, but knight C6 is one of the possible moves, of course. E3 is, I wouldn't say that it's so common to me, but obviously one of the possible moves. And Black now wants to recover a pawn on C5. Actually, David spent a lot of time, half an hour almost. I think E3 should have surprised him a bit. And
okay, but the profile of the position is not something which is like super new.
No, it will transpose to some kind of Queen's Gambit accepted, probably, or Queen's Gambits, where lots of pieces gonna get traded. Now maybe Jordan is trying to find out if he can get the preferable version of this famous Queen Endgame, where usually white has some slight edge, but if black is careful.
Let's go to David Anton versus Parham Aksoglu, but just before that, we have this Petrov in Uzbekistan encounter. Knight f6, slight surprise or not?
To say, I think the guys know each other very well. As mentioned, it is on the Czech broadcast that actually the team which won the 2022 Olympiad in Chennai, the guys have been actually together or playing together for many years, from junior Olympiads, like more or less the same team. So it will be very difficult to surprise each other. I guess that they have played hundreds of games. So maybe for this particular situation, Abdusattorov felt that he needs to pick something a little bit more provocative, because Yakuboyev he doesn't have a good streak at the moment. He lost 2 games in a row. The one he felt he was much better against Neiman, he didn't manage to convert, and well, he had a free day to recover. So we will see how aggressive.
Yeah, let's bring the standings just to show to the viewers current situation. So we have Jordan being on +3, David and Nodirbek Abdusattorov they are on +2, David Anton having a good tournament +1, Parham only player on 50%. And then we were discussing and mentioning that the second part of the table, it's a bit surprising for some names, like Keymer, Gukesh, Neiman, but okay, super strong tournament.
True, and somebody has to be, you can't have everybody on top of the table. So maybe some names are a little bit unexpected and top half, but I think if you are following the tournament closely, in our viewers, you know why is that happening, and of course still several rounds to go, and that may still shift a bit, but let's see if today is going to be the turning point of the tournament for any of the players.
So it's possible to go to d7, also knight c6. This is known from, I don't know, MVL's game, Nepo's games.
Very popular line at some point. Lots of people went for this, and so rook a d8. You can see that black, at least either he is prepared better or he pretends to be prepared better here, but in any case he does make his moves very quickly, has a healthy half an hour extra on his clock, which is interesting. I would say that only very few moves deviating from the theory, and black does play natural stuff. I mean, that does go for, of course.
Yeah, sometimes, of course, white is combining this attack on the king side, but also sometimes waiting a little bit to see what will happen. Let's go to the game I mentioned, where we are having something I think we both like, at least as a profile of the position. So it was h3 line, and then bishop e3, postponing knight f3, knight c6. These days they are playing this a lot, and a5, which was a move usually would play against some weak player just to avoid theory, a5 alone lines, but here it became a mainstream. e5, and this usually, I was also telling this many times in the commentary, that the combination of h3 and allowing ed4 was at previous times considered bad, because after black starts to attack e4 and you defend it with f3, then this g3 hole is of importance. But new theory and also having a long castle in this combination is not something you see so often. But there was a game of Rapport, Parham versus Rapport from the European Club Cup in Rhodos in Greece last year, where almost the same position was on the table.
I would say that generally playing King's Indian nowadays became very tricky, not because of the engine evaluation, which heavily prefers white, but also to understand. Also for white, it became maybe a little bit trickier because when the engine is very happy with your position, it's not necessarily the same when you see it over the board, because King's Indian players, they are a special breed of people. You know, they go for some murky stuff. They basically hope for some tricks, attacks, exchange sacrifices, and some brilliancy. And they don't care if the engine shows this or that. So usually, I think I can freely speak about this in your presence as well, because you are also a King's Indian player. So I played King's Indian for many years myself, and I have to say that I admire people doing this nowadays as well. And Parham is going for it. He maybe feels that last game he won may help him to get back to the race for the overall top standings, and so we are quite happy to see this, and Anton accepts the challenge.
Yeah, so Geller, Fischer, Kasparov, many players afterwards. You were one of the biggest advocate of that line, and as I was saying,
not sure part of that list.
Okay, never mind, never mind. But there was some well-known games of yours.
But actually, the truth is that for most of my childhood, I played King's Indian and was quite happy with that, and managed to come up with a couple of nice games myself. But the guys you mentioned, they made a much bigger contribution.
Yeah, but
to
maybe they were armed a little bit more with some novelties. As you started to speak, this is the advice I'm giving to people who are thinking of starting to play King's Indian. If you want to play King's Indian, you need to be tricky. You need to think about your opponent. You need to put also this psychological warfare, because King Indian is not about precision. If you want to be precise, don't play King's Indian, because there you will end up worse. So here you need to be tricky. You need to be one step ahead. Offer your opponent some psychological tough decisions and that kind of stuff. So as you mentioned, you need to be a little bit tricky. Yeah.
Maybe I will add one more quality which you need is that get ready to be worse after the opening, because but you will have you may get your chance. Of course, if your opponent plays a perfect game, then basically it doesn't matter if you play King's Indian or whatever else. In King's Indian, you may get your chance, and then actually you can have your brilliancy award, but maybe also not. Of course, this is a part of the game where you have to pick your King's Indian carefully. You see, Parham, for example, during this tournament, he played Caro against e4. So you can see how complex these players are nowadays. Maybe he felt that after a free day, he may be.
He got inspired by winning a set in paddle.
Oh yes, that part. That's probably one of the main things why he decided for King's Indian, and maybe he would. Hopefully, he's not going to blame you if something goes wrong.
No, I just wanted to add. You mentioned this profile of the players. So the way how they play chess, they also play paddle. So he is the one who is like waiting for some chance and then hits unexpected shot and everything. So very entertaining player.
Parham is a fun guy. In general, I think that his games are, you know what I love about nowadays young generation actually is that they are in a good sense of chess fanatics, because you see them analyzing all the time. I mean, they would play blitz, he would analyze, some guys, they would even play blitz online during the opening ceremony of a tournament. They are like 24/7 in chess, and it's very nice. I really like to see this. Because this is maybe for what differs them from the guys who don't play this tournament.
There are plenty of them. Also, just one tip for organizers and future sponsors and people involved in some super tournaments. Give them a chess set at the opening ceremony, closing ceremony. Don't take them to some events. For them, it's quite enough that they, as you mentioned, they have this chance to play some chess.
They may not come up to pick up their numbers then.
Which is possible. Yeah, I have a strong admiration about them. Going back to Jordan Van Forest versus David Navarra. The queens have been traded, and slightly better position for white, but fine position for black. Depends on profile of and your appetite.
Depends on who is an author of opening course.
Yeah, exactly.
So you have a safe pressure with white and no problems with
How
black.
was Movsi you're a bit older than me, and of course better player, stronger player, so you started probably to be contributing for chess informants, and you need to send some analysis, and then there are some positions without engines you will need to spend few hours, so then you just put with unclear play, right?
No, we had no engines actually back then. So I did send quite a few games to Chess Informant back then, and we had no engines to check them. And I actually would write what I thought was properly.
Before it, people were lazy and that with unclear play, and then you play this and then you lose in.
This still works actually. The only thing that nowadays, of course, you are free to check the things with your engine. Where, of course, there were famous cases of like
slightly better or slightly better.
Yeah, slightly better for white or compensation, and the compensation will fizzle out like in half of a move afterwards. But yeah, this is not possible anymore, I think. And of course, also the technological level of everything improved a lot. So on the other hand, I think back then chess informants or similar media were very important for people because they there was the only source of information back then. I mean, my childhood we had no internet, so of course when I grew up then or let's say after late in 90s, end of 90s, internet was already kind of a normal thing. But for lots of you, this is unimaginable not to have internet or I don't know live broadcasts of the tournaments and so on. So good times we are living in, obviously, because otherwise I'm not sure that we will be so popular as the commentators.
True. Okay, Movsi, let's just conclude our master section. So here we will see slightly better position for white, but very close
to equal.
Yeah, equal. Here things are slowly starting to heat up. This is a mess, and for sure we will follow this game closely later.
Bigger mess.
Yeah, Vincent Keymer seems to be doing very well, but now it's another effort to get bigger advantage, and Aravindh has made this f6 taking on e5. So basically he's playing with the same setup, but at least he opened his bishop. All the structure, of course, now is also tricky for him. Let's just check the challengers. Yeah, as you can see, with multiple view, we have Zhuzhiner versus Finyak. Some nice advantage for white, but it's also again fine for black. In next 3-4 moves we will know is black safe enough.
Well, yeah, I don't like the knight on a6. I think white is heavily centralized, and I would say that her pieces are placed more comfortably and more ready for the exchanges in the center. I'm not sure black is very comfortable here, and yeah, well, if it will be enough for something serious, we're gonna see quite soon. Divya Bertson, we can see some Grimfeldish position. Oh, he tried actually to do various things which were very similar to Parham, but in Grimfield. So
yeah,
a4.
Yeah.
And now after an exchange, he has a big decision to make: if to take with a pawn and to play for a slightly better endgame, or
you were
takes.
playing a lot of games versus players like Predrag Nikolic, who would always go for Fiancedo, Kurajca, Dizdarevic, Bosnian grandmasters. So I think it's also the idea of being a little bit patient, because it's not so simple. I don't know, in some games not to even give a check.
Yeah, but it's also safe, so also it's a little bit more about experience, and you don't have to memorize so many lines probably. So this G3, I remember when I was younger, I would consider it old man stuff. Now I like it more and more.
40 plus, right?
Yeah, well, actually, for me, 40 or 50 was no difference back then. Now I kind of started to see the difference, but very slowly still. Yeah, of course, G3 in general, this structures, they demand good understanding, but also maybe a little bit of yeah, patience, definitely, because not always you will be able to get some kind of interesting position, and you will just play for very small edge.
Yeah, but players like Karpov, of course, this is another story. But it was very tough to play against them when they are playing.
Yeah, so I was lucky enough not to play them in their prime, like in Karpov, for instance, and of course I can imagine only from games how unpleasant was to get some slightly worse position against them. But you can compare with Magnus, I guess.
Yeah, true. Switching to Herbeck versus Bierre. I think Bierre is playing well, although that loss versus Benjamin Gledura was...
Yeah, well, it wasn't much of a game, unfortunately, for him. He got hit by a train in the opening, so well, that's pretty unpleasant, of course. But he seems, hopefully, he's gonna recover. He's a young player, so on all, I guess that he's gonna take his lessons. This interesting game, I guess, because Stepan Herbeck is playing a very good tournament, and generally he's one of the three Czech youngsters who show that they are capable of fighting against very strong players. So also very good for the organizers, of course, to see such a great performance from all three of them.
Have you worked with him?
No, he's actually the only out of the three I haven't worked with, and
yet.
Yeah, well, I never know, of course, but he's probably the one who improved the most in the last.
So he's slowly qualifying.
He became a Czech champion last year, so.
And I was thinking that he's slowly qualifying to work with you. Yeah.
As I said, I don't know. I think that he may qualify for a group. Just as well.
Yeah. How about this position? Another position which I was always happy with the white pieces, but there are players who will also be super happy with the black pieces.
Oh, this is a typical structure actually for, I think that there are many games of, you mean this one or the next one?
No, Herbeck versus
Herbeck.
Bierre.
Yeah, this is kind of strange Catalan, at least for me. At the first sight I would prefer white here because of c5 being vulnerable, and then well, basically one of the main plans for black is to push c5, which doesn't look very realistic at the moment. So then it's and white can probably consider going for some e4, but maybe after some preparation, maybe rook e1 and
but also what I've learned through my career, that when you in this kind of position push e4, it doesn't mean that you won the game.
No,
because after e4 you realize whatever you push afterwards is not so great.
I mean, if e4 would be winning, I would be a world champion for sure. I did e4 straight away. I could, but this is different position for sure. And of course you have. That's why I suggested rook e1. You see, I'm already old enough to understand that pushing e4 immediately doesn't really win. But of course here white has some other ideas as well. Maybe bringing the other knight to f3, knight d2, knight f3 can be an option. So yeah, well, still plenty. I think that this is a very new position. This seems like to be something which is not very common, and black will have to justify, of course, his opening strategy, pushing the pawns on the queen side, and and white will try to punish him for this.
Yeah, we can immediately switch to you, Ganguly, because here similar thing. E4 is here. Some center is very stable for white, but how to move on?
This looks like a Jacob, like Rui Lopez, but there's one big difference. Pawn is on e6, so this couldn't be Rui Lopez. I guess this should have been a Sicilian.
Yeah.
With bishop c4. Yeah, some. I'm not sure I know the name.
Yeah,
of that line, but
this is the anti-Sicilian.
yeah.
We can.
It actually looks like white is playing Gioco Piano anyway, whatever black does. And yes, this is a line which I actually have seen a couple of times.
But it seems to me that black has managed to do something which usually it's not so simple to achieve.
Yeah, usually you don't get your knight to b3 so easily, but on the other hand, if white moves the bishop, like bishop g5, for example, I'm not sure how this knight on b3 is, how useful it is.
Yeah, but after bishop g5, same thing. White will come with pieces, but what then? So e5 probably at some point, but
well, knight will go to g3, and of course black has to solve bishop takes b5 at some point, because now it may become hanging. Well, maybe queen b6 has to be calculated, but then e5 again.
Yeah, and then after queen b6, queen is not protecting the bishop. Okay, there are some technical stuff for black to solve. Let's go to Gledura versus Nemec. He's your student, right? And
he's qualified, you said.
Yeah. He
previously qualified.
And this is actually the concept which was seen in Karpov's game, also, as I mentioned, Milan Vukic, grandmaster from Banja Luka. He was playing this a lot, but sometimes with the point of coming with the knight to e1 and coming to d1 with another rook, and then starting to launch on the queen side, on the king side. This is sometimes a concept that usually you feel a little bit worried about bad pawn on the d file, but there is that's why knight goes to e1 to cover this d3 square.
Yeah,
black is fine, but also white.
Well, this is a very interesting position. I did enjoy playing the structures. Seen a couple of very impressive games also by Kramnik. Friedman in Dortmund once in this line. Very nice game, attractive. Black at the moment, it has done nothing wrong, I would believe, and now bringing the knight to d6 eventually, and now just has to check some knight h5 ideas. So also has some well, black has to be patient as well here. So
before going for a break, just one question regarding Nemec. That game versus Jujiner went under the radar because of other games here, but that was a memorable game.
I think it was maybe one of the games which I enjoyed a lot, because frankly the opening part was not great from Joachim, because I think that he was not completely sure if this is the way how to treat the rare line which he faced. And afterwards he ended up in a difficult position, but managed to find actually a great solution, and very aesthetic well, there was a very aesthetic line which happened in the game where he's was a whole rook down for white square domination. And I was actually, because when I saw the line, I immediately saw that I definitely would have gone for this with black, even if it's not perfect or not working, but it looks so good that you want to have this on the board, and I'm quite happy that he also did, and was awarded by a very nice win with black pieces against one of the favorites for the women's candidates.
Yeah, speaking about women players, I just spotted Nurgul Salimova. She's playing in the open section, also well-known player from Bulgaria, playing in the last candidates in Toronto. So we have so many players here. It's not only about masters and challengers. There are really interesting crowd here. For example, Lubomir Vtačnik is around playing in the open section, being world number 15, winning silver medal behind Soviet Union, if I'm not mistaken, in '82. So there are a lot of strong players around.
Yeah, so, Lubo is a legend, of course, of Czechoslovak and Slovak chess, and currently captain of Slovak national team. There are also several very strong ladies in the open, as you mentioned, and of course also we probably can remind that in open tournament one of the additional prizes, so to say, is a qualification spot to next year's challengers. So it's a very nice tradition. I think it's inspired by some tournaments, and it's always great to have this possibility. And for many young players or experienced players, this can be an additional motivation to come to Prague and compete in the open tournament.
Yeah, and regarding Vtačnik, I can just add that you are probably mostly on maybe 2700 when we are speaking about Croatian language, but he has maybe 20 points more. I was impressed.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm living. I'm not coming back from a break.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
let's
that's
go
okay.
for a break. This is the right moment, and we leave you with the boards. And yeah, see you soon. So, welcome back. I have a distinguished guest, the person who is supporting this tournament, who is also a chess player himself, Carl Janecek. Carl, welcome.
Thank you for.
Yeah, so we are happy to also hear about your point of view about this beautiful event. As I mentioned, you were playing this VIP business and chess tournament. It was funny. After I finished my game, I was strolling around and I saw very interesting Rook's Endgame, and you was there with your son. How passionate you are about the chess?
I was passionate about chess very much when I was a kid. Unfortunately, I haven't played much since then, but I believe the game is great. It's a great training for our brain, and it's amazing. And I'd like to support it.
Yeah, this is what we need because chess, of course, is fighting with lack of sponsorship, and I think that you can be very happy. All your team with Petr Boleslav and everyone here with the profile of the tournament. First of all, so many interesting games. Every day is a round full of ups and downs, fighting games. We had all decisive games, which is not so common. Do you have time to check the games yourself? I saw you at the playing hall. You are sometimes checking some games yourself.
I was a few times, but I don't have that much time to follow. But yeah, but when I had a little time, I did check the games. Yeah, and it's great to see the masters.
Yeah, you are a mathematician. You are also a social innovator. Going to some podcast, proclaiming your ideas. How about your method, which was mentioned many times, D21? I also read it for our dear viewers. Since we have this voting for the best game, today also David Navara got his present for fantastic game of yesterday. Can you tell us more about this concept of plus and minus votes?
Yes, let me say that we are facing like deep separation of society. We can see it in all democratic countries, and it is a huge problem. And what I have been working on actually for over 12 years now is how to change that, how to promote consensus, how to elect proper consensual good leaders, which has been a big problem for all. I designed a voting system D21. It was actually in the year 2013 when I got the idea of effect of multiple votes. The principle of D21 is that each voter has more votes than the winning candidates, and you can give one vote per one person. This is the essence of it. There is also the option of a vote against, but this is not the most important one. The most important one is the effect of multiple votes. And when I remember as of today, I got the idea, and I was actually I was at home and I had this Heureka effect. This is so good. This is gonna change democracy, our political system. I was naive. I thought at that time, I thought that if there is something, this is really good, so much better than the currently applied system, it will have to come to life. This is not the case, but fortunately or unfortunately, we are facing very critical times now. And this is the reason why the doors are opening. So I've been intensely working on it. In fact, I founded a foundation called Institute of Humanity for the 21st Century, IH21. This is a foundation that deals with the freedom of speech and with analysis of voting system. And now we are, the door, as I have said, has been opening because countries can see that this is no way to go further like that. So we need to apply this voting system for politics, for political voting, in order to be able to select the better choice of people, and also to attract good candidates. Because what has been happening now, you can see it everywhere. People just do not want to go to politics. Many good people are despised by that. And the reason being that with good intentions, people have very little chance. It is corrupt by money and power. But with the proper, much efficient, better consensual voting system, it actually is a way for, let's say good, I don't want to be judging, but let's say consensual people who are here to help society to have a chance.
Carl, why this name, D21?
Originally, the name of the voting system was Democracy 21, but then I decided to change it because the selection process is independent of the system, and actually we would like to spread it elsewhere, even for countries which might have a problem with the word democracy. So it is a decision for the 21st century.
Oh, very nice. The name actually in chess, we had this encyclopedia numerization, and in previous time it was some revolutionary stuff because openings were classified, and D, if I'm not, you have A, B, C, D, E. King's Indian goes to E. I don't know, Queen's Indian as well, but D was Queen's Gambit.
Oh,
so
yes.
I'm curious now. I will recheck afterwards D21 what was exact position. So maybe that can also be your brand, that you include that position in your branding. That D21 goes together with your program and everything.
So perhaps there is some synchronicity nice which we could use. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. what are you planning next? You are sponsoring or supporting this event regarding your connection with chess. Do you see maybe as a chess nice thing? You were mentioning youngsters. You were mentioning people who are in capacity intellectuals. Maybe chess can fit to your next plans even more in future.
Well, I believe that chess is one of the great powers which what we need to, yes, we want to compete amongst people, but we would like to compete in games, in sports, but not in other means. And by playing chess, actually, we are helping for different nations, for people of different nations, to try to find a common ground and to communicate better. And this is a tool which helps against separation. Again, I have been saying, and I consider the crucial problem of today's, that the society is separated more and more. And unfortunately, the people who are motivated by acquiring power, maximizing power, they separate even further. So the way to go against it is to support sports, to support games, and to unite people. And it is, and let me say that I believe that we are actually in a critical time of human evolution. I call it social singularity of the 21st century, that now it's a decisive moment. If we totally destroy our freedom of speech, if we destroy ourselves as a human civilization, or if we manage to make like a turn, if we totally turn, and with this pressure mounting, there are more conscious, aware people who realize their responsibility and they connect. And this is my activity as well.
Yeah, I can say that this festival connects a lot of people, as you people could see that we have different nationalities here, and they are fighting over the chessboard, but besides chessboards, we are trying to be as best as possible towards each other. Yesterday we went to this paddle, so people were playing. I played with participants from here. People are also enjoying Prague, learning about some new culture and history. So I believe it's a really great thing. Regarding games, let's go together. Let's hear about your opinion. For example, sometimes we are analyzing maybe on the highest level, grandmaster level, but people also would love to hear from some passionate player who is not so I don't know, involved in heavy theory. What kind of games attracts you? For example, we have these 5 games. Which profile of games actually encourage you to take a deeper look?
Well, when I play chess, I cannot say that I'm a chess player. I haven't played. It was my tournament after many years, after like 25 years. But when I used to play, I prefer the opening, like a more closed opening, like Spanish game, for example. I remember. But this is pretty much all I remember. Yeah, and here.
How about Endgame? So we have this first game between Jordan van Forest and David Navarra. We can see him on the screen.
Yes.
How about this profile? Because I mentioned you had this Rook's Endgame, which was so interesting.
It was very interesting. It was like, I think, quite a very nice coincidence, because what happened that I had more pawns on the left advanced, the opponent had on the right, and we had one rook, and it was like really edgy. To me, it was such a great start, and I made such a stupid mistake to lose on time in the last half second. So even though it looked, it should have been a draw at least. So anyway, if I look at this game, it looks like. To me, it looks very even, but I'm not an expert.
It's true. You are completely right. That's an even.
Which I believe is good. But David Navarra has done very good, and I'm happy for him. Of course, he did.
Because endgames it's sometimes more closer to mathematics, because you have some ways, then you have routes which you should eliminate and get to the final conclusion.
It is true, actually. For the endgame, I would feel stronger, because it's more mathematical calculation than like a middle game. It's a lot about experience, and I would have no chance against better players. So that is why for the first game I was so sad, because I already could see that I should not be no less than a draw. But anyway, this is so Navarra has been doing great. So So I'm happy that he continues with.
Tell us about your like road to a chess player, as you mentioned. So you were taught by whom? How did you
I was
learn the
taught
game?
by my father when I
Okay.
was a small kid, maybe 4 years.
Oh.
And then unfortunately he stopped playing with me because I started to beat him, and I was I think when I was like 7, 8, I started to beat him. Then he stopped playing with me. So, but then
Some books, maybe.
and later I also read some books, and I was lucky that my parents, I got like a chess computer at that time, like it was early 80s, and so that was quite interesting. And the chess computer I got, that was already relatively good. When in a slower mode, it played quite well. So that.
Okay, so that means that this digitalization goes together with chess, but it's important that we find a way not to lose this over the board play, that you enjoy playing over the board, but also to use technology in the right way, that kids, instead of, I don't know, scrolling TikTok, that they do something.
This is so good, and I believe that actually the advancement of technology, computers might help people because it can be their teacher. And this is great. I even saw, that was very funny. I just couldn't believe it. I saw a kid playing chess with a computer. It was like, playing just totally crazy random moves with a computer. And I would say, this is not chess. But I said, this chess, it was made by chess group, but it was totally crazy. Yeah, it was like, A4, B4, C4, D4, E4, whatever, and it's just totally random moves. So that I was quite, when I saw that, I was like, wow, what is this? This is a little bit strange. I don't know if you saw that. It was a big shock for me. And then I noticed that there are some kids who play like that, and the computer somehow adjusts. The computers like AI adjust to the style, which is crazy, but yeah, better than TikTok for sure.
Yeah. Okay, Carl, you want to add something in the end? Is that anything particular you want to point out? What do you expect? Do you expect that Czech players like David Navara and like Herbeck, they managed to win the tournament in the end?
There is a great chance for David Navarre. I give him like fingers crossed, and let me make the wish that we'll be here next year. Not only next year, also in 21 years. I'm a method. I like to play with numbers, with like aesthetics of numbers. So in 21 years, and then we will playing people from different nations competing on the chess game.
And politicians would come elected by your method.
And this is, I believe that if we make it, then this is quite not necessary, but very strong assumption or very strong feature to help to find consensus.
Can we accept some country to implement your method soon?
Yes, there is actually, as I said at the opening, there is a very good chance. We have been, my institute and me myself, negotiating with like voting commission of one small country. I am not able, I cannot
reveal.
I cannot reveal at this point, but there is a great chance. So.
Yeah, as I said, I'm so happy that the person like you is passionate about chess. People maybe don't even know you, that you were on Forbes top 100 for the most wealthiest Czech person. So this is a huge thing to have you around. So once again, Carl, thanks for your support. We will read this concept from time to time. We have still many days, so try to inform our viewers. I can wish you that you play some games, that you find some time for yourself, and it will be great that you keep up with sponsored chess. There is your logo behind, Carl Janecek, we can see. So thanks for everything.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's go for a short break, and then I believe that Moses Jan will come back. Yeah, we are back. Mosi is here. Of course, sponsors are more than welcome to chess.
Definitely, I'm not yet on the list, so I will come occasionally.
Yeah. Okay, let's check the games. Let's see what's going on in the meantime. Of course, I think now we are at the right moment because we will have some more material to discuss. Gukesh versus Aravindh, we were commentating the opening phase. Now it's sort of middle game.
Yeah, well, c4 looks very logical. It's also quite a common motive in this type of positions, undermining black structure. Black has usually an unpleasant choice of either pushing the pawn to d4, vacating the e4 square, and actually giving white knight an access to e4, and then c5 and d6 are hanging, or d takes c4, which actually also not so big fun usually, because it actually also vacates the e4 square. It gains a pawn, but we can see that suddenly black's position is full of weaknesses. E6 became vulnerable here, and I think c4 couldn't come unexpected, I would say, but black doesn't have a good answer to that. So let's see what happened next.
So 97, he was trying to keep the tension, to stay flexible, but as you said, it's not so simple to keep the tension. And actually now he already decided to take on c4. At least knight can not pick up the pawn.
Yeah, maybe the issue is also that if black would have played castle here, then also short castle, I guess. Yeah, so maybe a knight e4 would be an option as well. Not sure if it works because knight takes e5 at this point, but to be calculated a bit, which I'm lazy to.
Yeah, but there is some.
Yeah, maybe even knight takes c5 immediately.
Yeah, and then knight c5.
Knight f3, queen takes f3 can be a funny option.
Oh, you're inspired.
Yeah, well, taking pieces. It's always even g takes f3 after knight f3.
Yeah.
I mean,
taking on e6.
more ugly, but maybe more winning also, because e6 is falling. And maybe this could be something which was not considered by Aravindh or missed. So he went for dc4, which doesn't feel right, frankly. And knight rook d1, check, king c8, knight e4. This looks very dangerous for black, frankly.
He could also have started maybe with bishop f4, but he doesn't
It was
think
to keep the option of developing the bishop maybe with a tempi to g5. So maybe that's why he didn't want to go bishop f4. So b6. Oh, b6. He doesn't want to lose the c5 pawn, but knight d6, king c7, knight g. Doesn't knight g5 win?
knight d8. Is that a move?
Well,
Or
if knight d8 is a move, then knight g5 is definitely correct.
it seems that it's a move. Engine is
Yeah, because anything else,
knight
I
d4,
mean,
rook d4 probably
yeah,
wins on
just
spot,
taking
unless
on
this
g7.
knight cannot go out. But
no, it can.
it
You can support it with a bishop, actually,
Yes.
with bishop h6. So maybe, but bishop takes e5 doesn't look like an option, yeah, in initial position. I mean, bishop e5, knight e6, king b8.
So knight e6 is a mistake. So
No,
you
knight
should
f7
knight f7.
probably. Yeah, knight
this one or
f7.
that one. I don't know which one. Probably this
No,
one
no.
has some issue. Okay, why to give? Why to avoid this option of taking on e6?
Yeah, that's also possible.
Yeah.
But maybe start with knight knight e6 is maybe king d7. Yes, that's tricky. It doesn't maybe win on the spot. Yeah, but in any case,
So bishop e5 was just played,
I played bishop e5.
and this should be Gukesh's position because now he's calculating a lot, and I would be surprised that he won't come with something.
Or maybe even
Clear.
some calm. Knight takes c4 even be
An
a
option.
good idea, yeah, because you just collect the pawn on c4, then you take on e6, which is unavoidable, then rook appears on d7 almost by force, black pieces. Well, so the material is going to be equalized after knight takes e6,
But coordination, it's
coordination is horrible for black. I think that Aravindh maybe is dreaming about taking another Philidor instead of this, because this is not what you want to get from the opening.
we were commentating that there is a chance that Gukesh comes to the studio after his first win. So he's getting a bit closer.
Well, let's not jinx anyone. We do hope that, of course, we will have more resultative games. Whoever the winning side is going to be. And, of course, we would like to have Gukesh at the studio, but... yeah,
We
well,
also need to, of course, once again mention and praise that Aravindh is last year winner. To win this kind of tournament, you need to be a really, really strong player. This doesn't happen by accident.
for sure not. I think that he simply is not having a good tournament here. You could see that he started off well, but last couple of rounds where nothing really went his way, and I would say that last one to criticize opening choices, but I think this probably was bit overly optimistic.
Maybe this f6 and was...
But knight d7 looks like a slight... I mean, the bar is not happy. We don't know why. Probably some exchange sacrifice is gonna happen now.
Aha, you mean immediately?
Yeah, something like bishop d4, I guess, or maybe some
Knight d4?
No, knight d4 is not possible. I think
Because
e5 is hanging.
takes.
No, but I think that's because moving a rook.
But why knight d4 is not possible?
Knight d4 now.
Yeah.
I think e5 is hanging simply, no?
Ah, sorry.
No,
I thought that
yeah,
that he will take and then knight f7. Sorry, my bad.
No.
You immediately take,
Yes,
of course.
knight
No.
e5, yeah. But bishop d4 maybe, or as an idea, maybe just because this looks like an interesting option. I mean, it's obvious that black is going to lose some material, and at this point you should try to cut the losses. And bishop d4 looks supported.
Okay, so let's just show.
By the bar, I think.
I don't know. Let's say take king on h8, which is already an issue.
King b7, just.
Maybe when this.
I mean, king d6 doesn't look.
Okay, king d7.
No, b7. I said.
Yeah, b7.
Sorry. Yes, not sure. Maybe it's not.
But
so
why not
great.
king d6? Why you're disliking this?
I'm too
So-
old for this stuff, so don't make me.
Yeah,
run
bishop
as
d4 was just
quickly
played.
played. Actually, I think Aravindh did feel that he has got some chance to
Get the game.
some compensation for the material he is unavoidably losing. So yeah, knight f7 seems to be inaccuracy. Let's see, bishop d4. Not sure Gukesh did expect this. Could have underestimated that, but it's very easy for us to, of course,
Of course. Yeah,
to be smart here,
ex
but-
cathedra to explain that. Always, I'm also trying to put this disclaimer. These are like superb players. I can even not explain how strong they are, but the idea is to provide you at least our opinion for some moves and some steps. Aravindh is leaving the board, and it won't be so simple now for white, because now another game starts.
Yeah, also psychologically maybe. Yeah, I'm sure that Gukesh was aware that he has a big advantage, and maybe now he will understand that knight f7 is inaccuracy, and letting this bishop d4, giving black some chances. He has been in a situation like this himself in the game against Jordan, when Jordan did give him some breathing space at some point, but at the end, again, the position was so much better for Jordan that he managed to kind of convert the advantage more precisely on a second try. So let's see. Also time again. We can see that Gukesh is well behind in time. So it surprises me that he played knight f7 instead of seemingly more simple knight c4 and maintaining the big advantage. But the choice was probably just too big, and it's sometimes very difficult to
Yeah,
opt
and
for
when
the
you
right
are
thing.
slightly worse or when you're under the pressure, you see more possibilities. You're ready for yourself to
That's
survive.
one of the very common issues, I think, with converting the advantage, because you tend to lose concentration a bit, and your opponent, on the other hand, exactly the opposite. He is trying to survive. He is in the survival mode and tries to find the best moves. So sometimes when this two sides of the game they bump to each other, it can even make a huge overturn, even maybe not in here, but
Yeah, before going to another game, I was struggling when getting an advantage, outplaying my opponents who were super stable in the opening, and they barely get outplayed. So I would invest a lot of energy, but now you need new energy to convert it, which is not so simple. Yeah.
maybe this is one of the most important and most difficult parts of the game. Of course, it's nice to have an advantage, but still the job usually is far from done. And this game may be one of the examples at the moment that we can see Gukesh feels that he may not have been precise enough. Let's see how.
But just to say that till this moment, it's not easy to come to this moment. So some energy, effort, prep is needed, and it really costs a lot of energy.
Sure, yes, and for also it very much depends on how your shape is at this stage of the tournament. Also, some kind of maybe at the moment he's not very confident. Well, I wouldn't be definitely having a tournament like this. So every decision maybe requires more calculation, some kind of more rechecking. And knight f7 he played rather quickly, I felt. But yeah.
Okay, what was missed? So let's try.
I think knight c4, if I remember.
Okay, let's say
correctly.
now. No, but I think what was his main line for his opponent instead of bishop d4? So what can?
Oh, I believe that he may have seen bishop d4,
No, I
but
cannot.
underestimated it, and maybe didn't believe it. I wouldn't think that
Just
he
loses.
missed that like entirely, but sometimes you just would ignore some moves. You would convince yourself that these moves are not good enough, not necessarily knowing the reason, just intuition. And suddenly, okay, your opponent is in completely opposite mood because he has to find it to stay in the game. Otherwise, he's just... So this is quite helpful then when you put yourself in your opponent's shoes, if you have enough time, obviously. You would say, okay, what's my opponent's chance here? And then I think that he would see bishop d4 quite quickly and understands that it may not be so simple afterwards. So instead he bit rushed this knight f7, and we can see that he hesitates because things are far from simple.
Yeah, and new game has started while you are on 20 minutes for more than 20 moves.
And also, you bring all this. I understand that he, of course, is very experienced. I mean, already an experienced player, but still you kind of bring also all this so-called baggage of not very convincing performances in this tournament, missed big advantage against Abdusatorov and so on, and this doesn't really help usually.
Just to add that this person who is sitting next to me knows what he's telling about, because he was playing against that person, Gukesh, when? 4 months ago?
Yeah, quite time ago, and actually after a long time I had a chance to play a top player. Actually was had even two, maybe more than I
Yeah,
would
Geary
have
as
wished
well.
to. Yeah, but yeah, well, at this stage of my chess career, I'm actually quite enjoying this moment already from less maybe from a result perspective of view, but just as a chance to play a more new generation of
Yeah,
guys.
just wanted to add that the point is when you're playing a game, then you feel your opponent, of course, much more than commentating or watching from a side. So you sense him the way how he.
Well, a little bit. I wouldn't say I wouldn't make. I think that Dinkler senses him much better than me. But of course, for I can. Well, also I was watching him here, and it doesn't seem like I don't know if there is a matter of focus or seems a little bit less convincing. And of course, it's probably. From some reason, maybe the tournament didn't start well for him. Maybe some, as we mentioned, that maybe there are some external factors which are not really in his favor, or maybe he doesn't feel so confident.
So
But,
he just made the move. He took on
took
E6.
on E6.
By the way, your game against Gukesh was second or third round
Yes.
of the Club Cup, and we were actually having a room at the same floor. I'm entering an elevator. He enters. We were alone, and then we were discussing your game and options and possibilities. He was
Yeah,
very,
he played a good
very,
game.
yeah.
Actually, that was
Yes.
a very good one. Actually, for it was his first appearance at the European Cup, or first game he played for the team because he skipped the first 2 rounds. So I appreciated the gestures that he came to play me. It was very nice from him. But the game itself was very interesting. I actually was more on the defending side, of course, and at some point he came up with a very nice exchange sacrifice, very intuitive one. And well, if I wouldn't be playing that game, I would enjoy it a little even
Like
more.
I did.
But yeah, well, that's why I'm here now. I'm not trying to go to the playing hall and sit there. But I would say that his play in that game against me actually was on a very high level. And today I feel that he may have let the advantage slip a bit.
Also, there was a fabulous game versus Arjun Ergaisi,
Oh, yeah.
that winning concept, which is not easy to find at all in the end. So big kudos for Gukesh, and let's just check what will happen here. So king will be moved.
I think d7 seems to be the best option now, because what else? You don't really want to go to b7, because then knight d6 will chase the king further somewhere when it doesn't really. We can actually try that line. It's quite funny. What can happen after king b7 instead of king d7?
Okay, sure.
Yeah, just for fun. Knight d6. Just let you imagine that while black would go king a6. Then we go knight c7, king a5. Now we need to find a forced mate, or not necessarily. Okay, knight takes c4 looks
Hang
quite
on,
good.
hang on. It must be some kind of some.
Yeah, well.
Because
maybe
king from c4 cannot go out.
Yeah, knight
so
c4.
knight
maybe?
c4
Knight
and then
c4,
some
king
a.
b4, b3.
Yes.
Or something like this. b4 and maybe. Is there maybe even something even more forced? But this looks good.
Yeah, this
Looks
looks
good,
like
bishop. Yeah, this would be mate.
and
What we do? Bishop d.
knight b5, but
No, bishop.
yeah,
a3
this is a
looks good.
checkmate. This is a checkmate, right?
Take it.
It should be a checkmate. Am I calculating? No?
No, it's not king b1.
King b1, hang on.
Run.
Knight e3, is that a
Knight
checkmate?
3, knight e3. Yes.
Is this a
Mate in
checkmate?
white.
Yes.
One. Very good.
Yeah, thanks for
Thank
the
you.
audience. Yeah,
Thank you. We are very strong, of course, but
Yes.
very strong grandmasters, but don't
We-
see mate
we-
in one.
yeah,
sometimes.
we appreciate if you help us with mate in one.
Mate in
So
one.
please
We are. Yes.
keep your focus. Yeah, thank you.
So just wanted to show this line because it seemed like a spectacular one, but I'm sure Aravindh is not really going for this.
But I would also guess that he could find it in less than 5-6 seconds. That kind of players.
Sure. This is well. Even if you don't find it in 5-6 seconds, like basically you have enough time to find the forced mate there.
So king d7 necessary, and
Yes,
we'll
and
see what
knight
then.
takes d4.
So
okay,
we
so
have
it's
a move
happened,
already,
yes.
yeah.
Knight d4, cd4. Knight takes h8.
H8, rook takes, bishop,
Oh.
bishop e3, g4,
No, this is not so sure because bishop d3, bishop e3, knight f5.
g4 takes on
e4
e3 and
takes
d3.
d3.
Yeah.
And
And
then
this
you
is
are
better
playing
for
with
black.
fire, maybe.
Yeah. So maybe to prepare it somehow, but it's not so simple. Bishop can go out
Maybe
somewhere.
bishop g5.
G5 or h6.
comes to
Yeah,
mind.
g5 is better.
Yeah, but still, maybe knight d5, just taking control over the central squares. Looks quite good on the first side. And then black has
Some a4 will be needed at some point, at least, to stop b5.
Yeah, but it costs time, and maybe rook e8 and then some rook e2 activities.
So hang on,
I'm not
let's.
sure
let's
white is better at all. Yeah.
But I mentioned this many times that Gukesh, when he senses that things are not going his way, he's investing on some additional energy, and he can even defend worse position in a tough way. So
Pawns are running. Maybe we can invest energy, but also you need to stop these guys. And that's, at the moment, I'm not completely sure I see the way how to consolidate here for white.
if I go bishop a6, you go knight f5. Maybe f5 is not a great square for your knight, but anyway.
I want to force me to go
Yeah.
like knight f5, and then you go back with the bishop.
Somewhere, but I was
Also
thinking.
rook g8, maybe even if I go instead of this, just
Mhm.
threatening g5
True.
at some point. Not very easy for white. I think that it's, and definitely we saw the position few moves ago where white seemed to be in control, and now suddenly the tables turned, and now it's maybe white who has to seek for some equalizing, or I don't know even if how to.
Yeah, let's go with the camera to the Gukesh because Aravindh is not there. So I would love to sense a little bit, his mood. It's not so great.
No, I think that he replaces.
Yeah, we came at the right
Doesn't-
moment. You could see that.
Doesn't look happy.
Yeah.
Didn't see that look in our mutual game. I don't know.
Yeah, but that was your problem. Yeah.
What to do? Yeah, that's.
Yes.
Also, I didn't have a camera on him. I wouldn't really watch him all the
But
time.
actually, you're an interesting player in terms of facial expressions.
I have been told, yes. I'm
Mhm.
never watched the camera footage of my play, but well, it's one
Whatever your opponent do, you're
Yeah,
having this
well,
kind
I
of.
have to admit that many times I didn't understand what these people. No, of course it's part of. I think that I was never trying to put my opponents off
No, this is
intentionally.
For sure.
No, not
Yeah,
intentionally,
I
but
can guarantee
some
that.
would say that actually that my mimics and facial expressions are let's say quite maybe that they are different from usual, and maybe that so sometimes I look like I'm surprised for most of the times with my opponent's moves. Maybe.
We played once, or
Yeah, I think
once.
one
Yeah,
game we
no.
played in Bosnian
But
League,
yeah,
if I remember
wouldn't.
well.
I wouldn't say that this is anything
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's because we drew.
with the black
I
piece.
was watched, yes, I
Yeah,
remember that
no,
one.
never mind.
But you were very young back then,
Yes,
so
yeah,
I
very,
kind
very
of probably used some experience to sneak out with a draw in a dangerous position. But yeah, so
Okay, Mosi, let's leave Gukesh with his own problems. It's not so simple. Aravindh has survived. How about Neiman versus Keymer? Usually Neiman has a huge crowd of supporters screaming, "Please show Hans, please show Hans." So let's give our dear viewers a chance to discuss this game once again. So it looked totally fine for black even more, but
I'm
somehow
curious why d5 didn't happen.
so
Interesting.
immediately d5,
Yeah, I thought that this is actually why it's black's main idea.
and this is the best move, it seems,
Yeah, it's very
according to
logical,
the
no?
engine.
I mean, I thought that actually all the whole exchange combination, or let's say both exchanges with knight f3 and bishop takes e3, the whole point is to do d5 afterwards. But there were
But Vincent is not a Sicilian, fully Sicilian player, right? Or
he's just a strong player.
yeah, never mind. But I want to say that you are merely Sicilian player. That this desire to push d5 in Sicilian is very strong.
That's maybe, yes, truth is that maybe players who play Sicilian, they have this like d5 feeling for d5 is even more powered by this typical motive in this opening. But on the other hand, it's just a positional motive which is applicable in this position as well, because I mean, as I mentioned, the only black's issue should be a d6 pawn, or just that it's weakest point.
Yeah, because there is no tactics. So b5
Maybe I didn't like rook takes e5 here.
here, okay.
So something should have been calculated here.
Knight c3, rook c5. Huh?
No, yeah, knight c3 is not really great, but maybe just
Yeah,
rook
because
d,
of rook
d8
c5,
maybe?
so
Yeah,
rook d8 is needed,
rook d8, yeah.
which is fine for black.
Yeah, but maybe could it be some maybe knight f4? Could be knight f4 even, because c3 is hanging. Well, what is quite obvious that black would have a good compensation here for a sacrificed pawn. I don't know how big, but yeah, and I saw something like knight g6, and then like aiming for h4, another one, to replace the guy that's left. I'm not sure, but it seems like it's supported by engine evaluation at least. And g6 played by Vincent is not so much. Or maybe also possible option, but the plan with knight h7 is...
Now
looks a
white
bit
has
strange.
regrouped in a good way. Knight is going to e3. It's not so pleasant for stopping queen h3. Now black needs to come up with some idea. It should be also normal for black. It's not that it's end of the world, but comparing what had happened.
Well, I think Vincent knows that that he had a nice position, and he felt at least that he had better options there. Now, of course, it's a bit too late to think about the past, so he has to deal with the situation which is on the board. And it actually, if you look at the moves, of course, it's easy for us again because we saw last 4 or 5 black's moves, and there were knight h7. He brought his knight to h7, tried to go to g5 clearly, but white did all the logical stuff, actually regrouped all his pieces. Now even the knight on f1 is quite good, goes to e3, d5 probably. d6 will occasionally be hanging, and sometimes you look through the game afterwards and say, why did I do all this? And for us, probably it doesn't look so logical, this knight h7, but at this particular moment during the game, it seemed like a best idea, because otherwise he wouldn't have played it. So here we see how white actually, by doing more or less normal moves, achieved maybe a more pleasant position for the moment.
And how about his time management? Playing super fast.
Yeah, well, Vincent is well ahead on time, but now, okay, well, all these guys, of course, they are super good in blitz. I mean, all this faster time controls, that's probably the biggest difference between them and guys of, older generations, that they are much quicker, just grew up, let's say, on internet chess. And this is of course their skills are insane, because if you ever watched any of these guys playing bullet, it's like just a different game, different discipline, this different galaxy, for me at least. And I considered myself to be a solid blitz player.
You were a
at
great
times,
blitz player, yeah.
Once European champion, but compared to these guys, I'm like a dinosaur in this. For sure, in the bullet, I would, of course, be flagged in every single game. But in general, this, of course, is connected with the speed of calculation and the reflexes. So I wouldn't consider Hans's 26 minutes as a major issue for the moment, at least. Because the position is quite simple.
Only 12 moves.
Yeah, I mean, also the position doesn't look like requires much of calculation
But it's
anymore.
not about Hans 26 minutes. It's about Vincent only 40 minutes spent, or a little bit more, till this moment.
Yes, this is quite strange. This is what surprises me a bit, because I mean, he may not sound nice, but you know, to invest so little time and then basically to go for knight h7, g6, h5 setup, allowing white to do all this, I may have missed something. But then also, you know, you blame yourself to say, why wouldn't you spend some time here? Yeah, I mean, just you were healthy 40 minutes up, or I don't know, 30 minutes up. So maybe you could have considered a little bit more. And maybe at the moment this is one of the things which may be unsettling Keymer. And also white has like a simple, clear plan.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what will happen. As you mentioned, this regrouping, not exactly a lacking guns, but quite a promising pressure, and knight has nice route. And suddenly this structure doesn't feel so bad.
Yeah, well, he would prefer a pawn to be on g3 instead of f3, but even like this, it's black didn't really create any direct problem from this f3, f2. That's why I was advocating for d5, not only because of the Sicilian, typical Sicilian.
In the meantime, Gukesh is still struggling in finding his way. We cannot say that we are surprised, but
in 10 minutes, it's already serious, because it's not going in the right way for him.
Not at all, and I wouldn't be surprised that he burns even more time, like 5 minutes, and then only come up with some move. Let's see how David Anton is versus Parham Aksudlu. Since King's Indian, we were following till around here. G4 was played.
Bishop e6.
Bishop e6, saying that he doesn't need that bishop, which actually it's also understandable. In Benoni and even in King's Indian, you have this dark square strategy. So if bishop is locked, what to do to offer to exchange it? Knight e7. It feels that black should be fine, but also
little trick with knight c5, because it would seem that black blundered the piece, but well, bishop takes c5 is queen g5 check, and it's white who blundered his black squared bishop, because King's Indian players would consider this bishop on e3 as much more valuable than almost anything else.
Have you seen Bibisara Subayeva versus Max Warmerdam from Vaikanzi? Bishop h6. Okay, some things were missed before, so bishop h6 came as a unpleasant final touch, and then she decided to give up the exchange, which actually didn't pay off.
You know, you know this very well, that we King's Indian players consider the bishop on g7 as actually the most valuable piece on the board, and usually worth more than another light piece. So rooks and stuff, they go in they will go to the fire if the bishop is to survive. So
yeah, this looks, but the problem is here it's sometimes not easy to find the right strategy, right concept, because now I would say that opening phase and early middle game is over, but it's about finding a counterplay. Which
also black squares at the moment, they are not that vulnerable from in white's camp, And once white will be able to move his pawns, either h4 or f4, well, it may become unpleasant. So black has to be quick with some counter-attacking ideas, but at the moment his pawns are not really moving on the queen side. Yeah, bishop is beautiful on g7, there is no doubt, but how exactly will he continue and put up some pressure on white's position? Knight b5 is
control
actually,
d4.
yes, it's actually a prophylactical move, I would say. Not well, it looks aggressive, but the main purpose is to cover the d4
But also,
square.
I know from my experience, and I guess you for sure know it as well. If you don't have this c6 and you start pushing a5, a4, this knight b5 can be very unpleasant.
Yeah, because it actually it actually kind of blocks your pawns on c7, d6. You cannot really do much there, and in the future you will need to do that. So now we can see that there were some developments. He did try to push c6.
Yeah, and
so
now it's understandable to explain to the viewers why this this willingness is so high to push. So you see how many preparatory moves he needed to do to push finally this c6.
Yeah, but white also has a very clear plan, like going h5 probably. Yeah, just how to one of the expressions which is
Was the
used
idea
very frequently lately. It's like the position looks like can play for itself. Yeah, just
although sometimes this doesn't happen.
yeah, but even f4 here, f4, f5. Of course, there is a problem, or like psychological problem, I would say, for white, that he has so many good options. I wouldn't exclude knight takes a4 as one of the options here, but it maybe is a least tempting one for white. Okay, black is trying to break through in the center to do some d5.
b5, yeah, d5,
b5.
yeah.
Something has to be done, because otherwise he's just gonna get mated. So yeah, because h5 is very
Usually
annoying,
King's Indian players, Dragon players, they tend to feel that storm is coming, and
they call for it, yeah, from
Yeah.
the very beginning. So kind of they are inviting the storm. So obviously they have
Yeah.
to be quicker with the counterplay. And white, we can see that is very comfortable. I think he understands that he has a nice advantage.
yeah, this king can only be attacked with the light square bishop, maybe later, in the later stage of the game, but that piece has
It doesn't
gone.
look like black has very dangerous options at the moment. And yeah, well, to mention that David Anton is if c5 is the best one, but it seems that it's not the worst either.
I can predict now that Parham will spend at least 5 minutes. That's my My bad.
Yeah.
Okay. In the meantime, we have Gukesh playing. As I said, I really praise him as one of the best. As I said, maybe the best defender. But the problem is, from world champion, you expect that opponents are defending. But I think this is a really his great advantage, that he can try to forget his previous experience in the game and to play best moves.
Interesting. Now White's idea is to go g4, I guess.
Yeah, we were mentioning this.
Yes, similar, but slightly.
But there is no
different
d3 because this pawn has left its square.
And rook takes c3 is also one of the threats, clearly, at the moment. And now White, White has just two ideas, and Black has to deal with them somehow.
Yeah, let's go with the camera there as well to see his Gukesh. Yeah, comfortable.
He did exactly what you said, actually. He invested some time, came up with a setup or with a forced line which looked the best for him from the defensive point of view. And now it's going to be up to Aravindh. Now I would expect Aravindh, I would predict also that Aravindh is going to spend quite some time here, because it doesn't look like there is something very obvious how to proceed with Black.
True.
He understands that he probably was in bigger danger in this game previously, but now he maybe has his shot on maybe even winning this game. What about, well, actually g4 is not so big threat, because I understood now that knight h4 can be indirect defense after that.
Yeah, this
so
is nice.
Maybe we can move the king, something like king e6.
Yeah, this was Moses' point, and after this exchange there is a simple fork. So he needs to do something here, White, differently. Bishop needs to move somewhere.
Yeah, but I'm extremely worried that these pawns are gonna move once. Once any of these pawns moves, without losing another one, it's gonna be already critical for White. Frankly, I don't see.
Yeah, what's the move here?
No. Maybe White should consider some rescue operations like g4, knight h4, and now something like rook d3. I mean, I'm trying not to panic much, but not sure how this works. I want to sacrifice the bishop for
2 pawns.
For these 2 pawns and try to survive this endgame.
Okay, you can start with bishop d2 if you're really desperate.
Yeah, but it's 1 pawn only. I want boss.
Yeah.
I mean bishop d2 immediately, but there some knight b4 I was afraid
that
of.
was my idea, and
knights are
somehow
jumping around, and
engine
likes it.
Yeah. Okay. If engine likes it, I can assure you Gukesh will play it.
Bishop d2. That's a nice one. Actually,
really?
So that's a weak point of a weak spot of king e6. So maybe Black has to come up with something better.
So in the meantime, okay, let's just check what we have in other games. Jordan versus David, you haven't touched this sort of at all, and it seems that Jordan is imposing some pressure.
Yeah, we actually kind of said that he's playing not that ambitiously, probably, but still managed somehow to activate his pieces, and well, Black still has some work to do to equalize. And yeah, I have to admit, this is a super comfortable situation for Jordan because he's leading in the tournament. He is putting some pressure to David, who of course understands that he has to be precise to defend this position, but this is what you want actually from a white game, leading by half a point and maybe even increasing this lead if everything goes great. But Yeah, I would believe that black shouldn't be so much worse here, but
Yeah,
it's
some
definitely unpleasant.
white has. That's I'm always telling to viewers, in the opening phase and in the middle game when queens are on the board, you tend to keep your pawns untouched, and only if it's necessary, some air you can give it h3. But when it's about endgames, then moves like g4, f4 are quite appealing to enter the game with your king. So black will need to spend some time to activate his one, which
Yeah, also space. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
maybe space is also quite. We can mention that it's very significant here because pawns a3, b4 they restrict black pieces from going to c5, for example. And on the other hand, white knight on c4 is very comfortably placed and may always consider jumping to e5. Another one can go to b5. So at the moment, it's well, white is definitely on the pushing side.
Yeah,
of,
although mostly
the board.
we have seen many times that people will play something on d5 and then come with f6 and bring in the king. Slightly better for white, but in hands of good defenders, it's also not so simple to.
Yeah, for sure. But it's
get
comfortable.
serious.
I think that this is exactly what Jordan would has planned for this game. That had a slight push, everything under control, and well, and maybe of course like a safe draw in the worst case is a great result in principle for such a situation, for such a tournament situation.
Okay, we have this exchange, and now white will think at some point maybe even to place his pawns on the like squares. Speaking about precision and the strategy, how about this game? It seems that white is not risking much,
Yeah,
but he's a really long time. Not really, but
10 minutes. Yeah.
yeah, okay, it's not low comparing to
Gukesh, for
yeah,
instance,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not, and the position is also not that complicated. White is hoping to regain the pawn in some comfortable version on
With
f5.
the piece, yeah.
Bishop d3 is next now. On the other hand, black is gonna consider which version he prefers to return the pawn in, like king g7 first,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe after bishop d3, just pick a right square for the queen.
And then bring the knight to e5.
In the perfect world, yes, but not sure this is gonna happen so easily.
Okay, if he starts with this move,
Yeah, bishop takes f5, I said. Knight c6, I want. Or
heading.
yeah, I need to lose the tempo, but it was a3.
Yeah, this was the threat. a3, and now queen somewhere.
I also may pin
How
your
about
knight.
queens exchange? This is probably.
No, this the black's king is very active, so I wouldn't really like to try this. And I would say that also the position of black's king is a bit more dangerous than white's one. White king is very secure on b2. So from general point of view, it would be logical for white not to exchange queens, to keep them on the board. The queen e5 most likely gonna end up in a position
Same,
which
yeah,
we
yeah.
analyzed. Yes,
Okay,
before.
so let's leave it to the players. Let's go for a break. Then we will check also challengers. There are not many crazy moments in today's round in Masters, but enough to discuss it and to find some details, I believe. Okay, so we go for a break.
Check-in Hotels. Vždy s pocitem hvězdy navíc.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Czech International Chess Festival. I said Czech? Did I really say Czech? Prague International Chess Festival. Here we are in Prague for already a week. Yesterday we had a day off. The players had a rest day, and I would expect that today we're going to have some fireworks, sacrifices, maybe blunders, but they start slow.
Yeah, today's round looks rather calm. I think maybe on the other hand they had enough time to consider the tournament situation and come up with a strategy for the rest of the tournament. Sometimes it's just about picking a right opening, and maybe today in some cases they just wanted to have a calm day in office, but not all of them. I would say that some games still can qualify as an exciting encounters, but yeah, we're gonna get to that for sure. I think that one of the most interesting games we had, maybe the most unbalanced ones, was on the game of David Anton against Parham Akshudlu. Parham went for King's Indians, so it was obvious that we are up to a big fight. Well, looks tricky.
We have all the 5 games right now just below us, and when Parham made this last move, Queen to F6, this is the game just below your image. The engine bar started to grow and give white an advantage, and this seems to be a serious advantage. Oh, it goes back.
Well, actually, the thing is that we were looking at this position for a while before, and actually white's advantage was there for most of the game, let's say, and in last couple of moves the difference between black's options was not that significant, which unfortunately for black means that the position is very dangerous for him. So Queen F6 is maybe not the best move in the position, but actually not the worst one as well. It seems that white has a very comfortable position here. Also the time situation suggests that David is on a more comfortable side of the board. Bishop e2 now just protects the f3 pawn. Decides to ignore black's de4 idea, and probably after de4 it just may go for f4, for example, just having a comfortable pawn structure plus pair of bishops, all the threats kept. Knight b6, bishop c4 occasionally may become an issue once the queen will not be on f6, of course, because but also here bishop c4 can be unpleasant because the b2 is protected.
Yeah.
So
It seems like white has very nice space advantage in this position, which is so much needed for a pair of bishop. There can be some ideas also to play g5, then later h5, and to open up the h file as well to start some kind of attack on the on that side. The other game that calls our attention is Gukesh versus Aravindh. Gukesh seems like to struggle in this endgame. We know that two pieces are better than one, and look at this king in the center as well, seems to be strong.
yeah, we were following this game closely. It was quite interesting. I think that at some point Gukesh had a better option for sure, but now when Black got this compensation for an exchange, it did force Gukesh to sacrifice a bishop, and he did for these two pawns because they were becoming increasingly dangerous. So in this position, we were considering actually king e6 was the move we suggested, but bishop d2 was actually Alojzije's idea. Gukesh went for bishop takes d4, which is a similar idea. Now, well, they need to give a check rook e1 because otherwise knight e2 fork would be deadly. And now we can see that white is well. Technically, there is a material advantage for black, but two knights are the trickiest combination for a win. I mean, in order to win any game, because two knights themselves, they cannot, without the help of a king and some other pieces, cannot mate a single king. So, from this point of view, white's drawing chances are quite high.
Okay.
But well, the game actually did look like it will be Gukesh's first win in the tournament, and now it does look a little bit less like that. So now it seems that he is in trouble, and he is probably the one who will be fighting for a draw here.
Same scenario in the round 5. He was the one who had much better position, and then somehow the tables turned against Abdusattorov. The game was equal, and then it was quite painful for Gukesh to blunder, and somehow it became such an item. As a month ago, the game between Abdusattorov and Gukesh was also quite painful for him, and then yesterday also, not yesterday, the before yesterday, yes, it was not pleasant as well.
Yeah, well, definitely it's not the best tournament the world champion is having. On the other hand, well, still lots of play here. I mean, I would say that white is maybe with a precise play he can hold on here, but of course the tendency or the advantage he had after the opening, it would suggest that he will be playing for a win today, but somehow as this converting part either against Abdusattorov or today are not going in his way. So I don't know why exactly this is happening, but well, there is a pattern unfortunately for him, and well, let's see if he will manage to at least squeeze a draw out of this game where he is in danger again. Well, very interesting position was also in Hans Niemann's game against Vincent Keymer. Actually, white was he played an opening very strangely, frankly, to me at least. But then Vincent on his side actually came up with not a very obvious plan with bringing his knight to h7, trying to jump to g5, but it didn't work all that much. We left the position somewhere around here after king g2, I think, when we stated that white has a very clear plan of bringing the knight to e3 probably, and then going c4, and then putting some pressure on d6 pawn. But Hans decided to push this pawn to c4 immediately, not really needing to bring the knight to e3, which is a bit surprising because it kind of forces black to deal with this, and he did. And I'm not sure that it was worth it so much. I mean, just of course he got a tempo.
Why he did not do instead knight? Like, why didn't he prepare this? Because after c4, if this pawn is not hanging, you want to play c5, you want to win the pawn.
Yeah, because rook d7 is not a move which would be threatening something. Maybe, I don't know, could he have been worried about... No, f5 is not an option. So knight e3 looks very natural.
It looks very nice to me too.
Very strange. Frankly, I'm not sure why would white want to sacrifice a pawn. When you are better, you basically don't really have to push so much for sacrificing.
He somehow wants to test his opponents, right? He wants to...
Just you can test your opponent without giving them anything.
I never really like to give the pawn, actually.
Yeah,
I keep all the pawns.
Yeah, well, that's a good strategy.
Yes.
Definitely. Yeah, well, he had the direct idea. Of course, by going c4, he gained the tempo and forced black to take and return to e6. And after knight d5, rook a d8, knight b6, rook c7, and rook takes a3.
Yeah, this was the moment where Hans could repeat knight d5, and black has to come back on d7, and he could actually take a draw. But
I think that his idea most likely was all along to get rid of this annoying a3 pawn, but it gives black time to consolidate. I think that finally he can bring the knight to f6. I think that the knight on h7 is not what you usually dream of to have during your games.
Well, the best would be if somehow black gets this knight on e6, like f8, and move the queen away, and knight to e6. This looks really good, but it also takes some time.
Yeah, I'm not sure that white would allow this, or also if we try something like knight f8, I'm afraid that knight d5 and maybe queen g5 ideas also with hitting the d8 rook are very unpleasant. So I would expect black to go knight f6 rather here.
To control d5 square.
Yes, looks like a better option. Maybe there is something else. I don't know. Well, the bar doesn't really agree with knight f6 so much, but
so another move that I just glanced at the suggestion of the engine in this position is f5.
f5. Well, that looks tempting. Also quite dangerous, but the idea is most likely to create some counterplay against white's corrupted structure on king's side. Plus, the rook may come nicely into the game after rook g7 and g5. And considering the fact that black has a comfortable advantage on the clock, he may invest some time to consider f5 here. I'm sure that that Vincent is a bit annoyed by the need to defend this position for a while. So an active plan would be definitely interesting. And also Hans, okay, of course we are not very far from time control, but Hans is on 9 minutes, which is also not so much generally.
7 more moves to be for white, for Hans.
Yeah,
and
f5 looks definitely interesting here. True. I considered f5 at some different occasions, but not this one. And this looks like, something maybe black has to go for from practical point of view.
I love f5.
F5 is
really like to see
looks
this
quite
move.
good, yeah. So let's check also the leaders' games, because it definitely can be also very significant for the entire rest of the tournament, because I can remind you that Jordan Van Forest is in sole lead and David Navarra is half of a point behind him. Of course, in case of win, he would get to the lead himself, but doesn't look like black has big chances to win this game. It's slightly better for white still. He transformed this small advantage after an exchange on d5, so black had to commit to changing his pawn structure, so now d5 is of course a bit weak. On the other hand, white doesn't have so many pieces which could attack this pawn, and f6 is a good move, bringing, well, or intending to bring the king to f7 and e6, which I would expect to happen now. Still, white is comfortable. I mean, knight will come to d4 and has many options afterwards. After knight d4, then he has some knight f5 jumps, knight c6 occasionally, controls an e6 square.
Can Black do something like knight a6 and try to control the c file with rook c7 next move?
Yeah, knight e6 may be very logical. Just wasn't completely sure what's gonna happen here. There may be a trick here because rook c6 is not, well, my idea is to first to push rook, the knight, and then maybe to go f5 as well.
King f7?
Yeah, king f7, f5 I was thinking. And if you go knight d8 back, but king f7
King
happened.
f7
Yeah.
happened.
So it's logical, yeah.
Yeah.
Not sure. I'm almost certain that David was considering knight e6. It's a natural idea, but king f7. Now Jordan instantly went for rook d1.
Attacking the pawn on
Okay, so the
d5.
idea is that if black goes rook d7, then white may push e4. Black have knight e6 and try to but this may actually allow a storm of white pawns coming
That's
and using
unpleasant.
the fact that king on f7 is not perfectly placed because of this. So what should black do after rook d1? King e6? Well, doesn't look very tempting. I
Well,
mean,
after
just
king
running
e6,
in
knight goes on d4, knight
with
goes on
check, yeah.
b5. Yeah.
So maybe rook d1. Yeah, but how else should black continue here? Rook d7 looked natural, but after e4 I don't see any good moves here for black. Does he maybe have to do something like a5 at some point? Yeah, well,
You can do a5 after e4. Rook d7.
I think rook d7, okay. rook
e4 and then
d7,
a5.
e4.
Yeah.
Well, e4, a5. Yeah, but this, of course, requires some calculation. David, I'm afraid, doesn't look very happy at the
Yes,
moment.
he doesn't look happy.
Because he may have underestimated rook d1. I think that his expression suggests that rook d1 was an unpleasant surprise to him. And Jordan played it very fast. So, well, we are also quite far from the time control, and David is on under 8 minutes already. Of course, it's an endgame where it's somewhat easier to calculate or consider your options, but still an unpleasant endgame. So some danger for Czech player who is playing a great.
They're on the move 27,
Yeah,
which makes still 13
so
more moves to
a5
do.
was played immediately.
That's also a pretty decent move.
Yeah, and it of course tries to provoke white to do b5, which would weaken the a3 pawn at some stage, and
well, obviously, to take this pawn and open up the b file favors black. And
but rook takes d5 because
takes on b4.
Yeah.
Takes. We can take now the pawn because
yes,
knight
is
is hanging on
maybe
d8.
knight c6, knight b4, some ideas like this. So knight c6 forces b5,
Yeah.
knight b4, and rook d2. Well, black will have some drawing chances here, but it's already a pawn down, so already some kind of discomfort, definitely. Maybe we'll end up in some endgame after the exchange of these two pawns, which would be quite good for black, I guess. We'll end up in some theoretical endgame 4 against 3. But with light pieces, it may not be so easy to hold. And also the time trouble may have its say in the following course of the game. So some problems for for Navarra, and Jordan in a very comfortable situation, I would say, half of a point ahead of the field, plus nice advantage here. So the game we didn't have a chance to take a look at was the all-Uzbek affair of Yakuboev against Abdusattorov. We left at some point where I predicted actually bishop takes f5, but Yakuboev went for g takes f5. Is it so? Yes, he went for g takes f5, which was very interesting idea. I would have considered something else here. Didn't like all this pawn structure for white. And we can see that Abdusattorov brought his king closer, bishop d3 afterwards, a5, trying to put his pawns on black squares. b5 happened, and king f8, and queen c1, eyeing h6 pawn, a funny maneuver, and queen comes to e3, and b6. And now white, of course, controls the white squares, thanks to the bishop, but and trying to actually to show black that his knight from d8 is not really going to get out very soon.
If this knight is somewhere on e5 or
c5,
c5 or f6 or any other square than d8, would be totally
D1.
different. And checkmate.
a4. Yes, this would be very nice, but actually it's very hard to imagine. I mean, no rules for knight d8 to a4 exist. So unfortunately for black, now he's restricted. All the squares we can see are not available for him. And closest, maybe that was an idea of g takes f5 just to try to take control over the e6 square. Now I would consider king g7 and then maybe in some future f6, knight f7, but this is quite longish, first of all.
It also allows white's bishop to get very active.
Yeah,
Bishop
bishop
c4,
c4, yeah.
g8 square, you
Yes.
have to watch out there.
Yes. Well, it doesn't look like white can improve the position much. And also it applies to black as well. So I think that king g7 and maybe some repetition is...
King f6 maybe then?
yeah, some repetition looks like very likely. Well, once you go to f6, actually, it's very difficult then to move your knight afterwards. So you then you're probably stuck to your king movements, and yeah, and this looks pretty equal.
I was thinking maybe black can play something like, oh, he goes king to e8 and then probably on d7.
Yeah, well, this is so. I mean, that hopefully he's not going to do this. I mean, that would be quite unpleasant. Yes, I mean, just and it's like a self-made in 3. King e8. I mean, what about bishop e4? I mean, I'm not trying to destroy black's, but I don't see why.
I see this happening.
Yeah, his idea is
Yakuboev is such a tricky player, you know, he can...
but this is also pretty bad then. Just queen c8. Yes, this can be pretty bad, or maybe something else even better.
He goes for bishop e4.
He does, yeah, and just... I expect king f8. I say like, sorry.
Go back.
Okay, Jaduk, yes, king f8. We go back. I reconsidered king d7.
He's going for it.
F8.
He's going for it.
Okay, was just kidding. Yeah.
Yeah. But okay, also, like their move 37, it is Yakuboev's best interest to repeat the position or to have one extra move close to the time control. I always wonder what is the head-to-head score between these two players, because they are both at the same age, they are playing for their national team, and you know, when you're from the same age from one country, you always have little competition there over
it seems that the competition in this game is going towards the end, because it seems they are repeating moves, and we see that most likely they are making draw. So it seems that they simply repeated moves.
It is equal score right now, 6-6. And if this
6
game
to
also
6, I would consider. I would expect something like 36 to 36, because I think it may be just an official games, but I would believe that they have played hundreds of games, because they were in all the teams actually. Well, we mentioned this on Czech stream actually several days before ago, and that they played in junior Olympic team together. So I would say that.
But when you play together in the team, you don't play against each other.
Yeah, train maybe.
Train.
Yeah, I mean they have some training games. I think that I would expect some hundred of games happening. Yeah. So basically, this is what we expected, and the repetition is there. So we do expect the game officially to end. So it will leave us with more interesting games in Masters Group. And before probably we get to some tough time troubles, we can take a short look to games in Challengers Group, because we haven't been there for a while, and we see that there is one game which already finished.
Oh.
To my disappointment, not because of the result, but because I was looking forward to see this one. Did develop very interestingly. Stepan Herbeck against Jonas Bjerre. I saw the position after a exchange sacrifice by white, and looked extremely promising for a Czech player. But also he was pretty low on time, and maybe that was the reason why he took a repetition in this position, which computer is quite happy with white with this, but maybe with the 2 minutes on the clock, he didn't really want to take a risk and decided to call it a day. While taking a draw against a much higher rated opponent is quite a normal way how to treat this position. So another good result for a Czech player. Maybe he could have tried for more, but draw with white is against a 2600 player, 26 plus, sorry, is quite good. And let's quickly check the leaders game. Václav Finek of Czech Republic with black taking on Zhu Jiner. Also not so exciting. It seems that black has comfortably equalized and would maybe even be on the better side of a draw, but it seems like not much more than that. Divya Bertsen, this looked interesting straight from the opening, and we have some typical Grimfeld play, but again it seems that the game goes towards equalizing after rook takes e7, some cd4, bishop moves, and rook takes a2, maybe slightly better for black, but closer to equal. Maybe some time trouble for Divya, not a surprise. But the position looks relatively simple to handle, so most likely this is also not far from equality. Well, so far we have to say that the day doesn't offer so much excitement. What about
no more rest days for these players, right?
Yeah,
enough.
That's easily done, I think.
Yes.
So another fighting position is Benjamin Gladura against Joachim Nemec. We can see that both players have committed to some positional risks, and the bar does look quite happy for both. But we don't know how. It's basically in this positions time may be an important thing. Both are on 9 minutes. So. Maybe the time trouble is not necessarily going to happen here, but it's always maybe a little bit more difficult for the one who has to take a decision. So at the moment it's Joachim Nemec with black pieces who has to come up with an idea. White's position visually looks a little bit more comfortable, I would say. I mean, knight on d5 looks quite nice, and maybe some f5 weakness. Let's quickly check on Daniel Yufa against Surya Ganguly. Surya is not having his greatest tournament and may try to push for more than a draw in this game, in this position at least. But again, it seems that the weakness on a3 may be equaled by this on e6, and after some exchanges it may fizzle out in something a little bit less interesting than a win for any of sides. So, well, unfortunately, no great fun in challengers either. I don't know what these guys were doing on a free day. That they decided maybe we had a very interesting day before the rest day.
Oh, yes,
And
that's so
the
nice.
day before and the day before, and somehow it doesn't look so exciting
Yeah, when
today.
this happens, usually we have some fun then towards the end. Hopefully that's the case. Shall we take a look at the David Anton and Max Odlu, as Parham is having seconds on the clock, and the position also looks like shaping.
Yeah, but well, on the other hand, Black is usually when he plays King's Indian, then you are ready for some problems positionally. So you may not be so convinced, of course, with the position itself, but you are searching for some tricks. And White also. The time situation is a bit surprising for me because, frankly, David is usually the guy with less time on the clock, but he was playing very he felt very comfortable. He seemed very comfortable, or at least what we saw on the camera, and it seems that
He's trying
still
to catch the queen.
Okay, so
Oh no, it was a
yes,
bishop
G1.
G1.
It
Oh, okay.
was, well, he may be trying still, like rook D3. It's up to Black now. Also 1 minute, less than 1 minute for Parham, and
Rook D3 is a serious threat now, and after queen to H1, bishop F3.
Bishop F3. Yes, yes. So you were right about trying to catch the queen, but not very directly, but like more complicated. But
it felt like the queen has no
you saw
moves.
the idea.
Yeah,
So,
of
yes,
course.
so basically,
Didn't
that's
mention
bishop G1 is a funny move. Forces Parham. Okay, H5. Some. Well, try to open up, but does this cur actually? Oh, there is some knight D2 trick somewhere. Is it or not? Well, what's happening if G takes H6? Just bishop H6 and rook D3. I'm just copycatting. Nothing I could invent myself.
So you could now rook knight to D2.
Yeah, I was thinking that just queen takes it.
Queen takes.
Oh, should
And
I believe
queen
queen
F3.
F3 is working?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Parham definitely is trying to do this. Unfortunately, none of the pieces which are hanging, like H6 and A5, they are compensated heavily by these two hanging rooks. So well, most likely,
that's a fun geometry.
most likely, White is not gonna go for this. On the other hand, H5 is interesting. Well, it should be something
Nice
for
move.
White. Maybe just
He's going to take it.
He's gonna
He's going to take it.
But maybe he's not gonna not gonna play rook D3, or is he? I mean, he still has like almost 8 minutes on the clock, so. Parham, we can see that he's rechecking. But maybe there is some different problem here after bishop takes H6. Huh?
White can just step aside from the check, something like king A2, and to keep the threat on the board.
There's something suspicious about king A2. I don't know what exactly yet, but there are some tricks with knight C1, knight D2. There's some queen B3 checks.
Oh,
so,
Parham goes crazy, and he goes F5 now.
F5,
First H5,
wow.
then F5.
Really? F5.
But what was White's move?
GH6, F5. Now he didn't take back on H6. He just went for F5.
Oh wow!
Trying with 14 seconds.
The moment we said that
Yeah,
today's
nothing
not
is
the
going
day,
on,
look
yeah.
at him now.
Yeah, it's always like this. You try to complain and cry, and
Yeah,
then
they make
then
you look
suddenly,
bad.
suddenly, yeah, there's no luck, something. So try to bring it somehow. But well, F5. I don't know if it works, but it looks fun.
It looks fun. So much complications, but he has 40 seconds. Time is not his friend. He will not get extra 30 minutes in next 5 moves. He needs 12 more moves to make, and the position is very complicated.
No, if he survives until move 40, it would be quite a success. I think the position is very, very dangerous for black, regardless, of course, time situation is. So, well,
I wanted to check why f5 and not go for bishop to h2, h6. So basically, white could just
Sure.
play bishop to f2 with
bishop F2.
idea rook to g3.
Oh, okay. But I'm not sure for that. Frankly, I'm not convinced that this was the reason why Parham did play bishop h6. He probably just missed something else because, frankly, if bishop f2 would be such a deep idea, then I mean, white. I mean, doesn't look very logical, frankly. I mean, I understand that it may be Engine's best suggestion, but to go bishop g1 and then after the situation changes a bit, then go bishop f2. White has enough time, of course, had enough time to consider this and maybe to find this, but I'm a little doubtful about this. We, of course, have no choice but maybe to have a chance to ask the players if they. My bet would be that he wouldn't go bishop f2, or he didn't see the idea so much. Don't know what exactly he was intending to play here.
Or maybe he just wants to complicate the position.
Yeah, but
and
f5, f5 looks actually. But maybe
he wanted to play f5, I think, at the beginning, but
Yeah,
because
but
g
the
takes
f6
f6
of
is not
course would be a
working, so
problem.
he came up with this idea.
A little bit nervous, but 5 minutes for David, I would say that it's.
He doesn't like something in the calculation that he's looking at.
But 5 minutes still more than enough for him. He usually is the one who is with 30 seconds at this point, and I think that this time he managed his time. I mean, in this game he managed his time very well till this moment. So we will see if the conversion of the advantage will be as precise as he's played till now. He is a bit uncomfortable now. I mean, we could see that till more or less till the last 5 minutes of the game, he felt very composed, very comfortable. Everything went according to plan. But this is King's Indian, guys. You feel everything is under control, and then your opponent on 30 seconds throws 1, 2, 3 pawns and tries to complicate matters. And now it's up to you if you are able to punish him for this, or basically everything you did until now can go to waste very quickly. And we see that
really
the body
worried.
language, you can see that.
Can we have full screen to observe better what is the situation there?
This is a one to
They
definitely
both are
is the
seem
most
worried.
interesting game at the moment. Parham starts to nod, now he sees some lines which work in his favor.
He likes that.
Yeah, and basically this is the most important part of the game. You can see that it's a little nervous. He does see what he wants to do now, but could be something like rook
Down to 3
d3.
minutes. He's already thinking for 2 minutes in this position and have not made the move yet. And he
rook
goes rook
d3.
d3. Attacking the queen.
Okay, Parham seems a bit
Raises his
surprised.
eyebrows.
Yeah, can be like queen h1.
Queen
Yeah.
h1 is there. To give up the queen for 2 rooks is not enough in this
No,
position.
no, I
'cause
think
the
that there's
bishop is
bishop
hanging.
c4 also. Yeah,
Yeah.
bishop is hanging and bishop c4 ideas are there. But I mean, I don't want to to suggest something, but bishop f3, queen h3. Can we witness something like this? We maybe don't want to witness something like this, but it
How about we play that, bishop f3, queen h3, then bishop d1, forces queen to get back on h1, and then to take the pawn on f5.
well, there was on the way there was something wrong with bishop f3, obviously, and what could it be? Well, fe4.
Knight d2.
Knight d2 is queen takes d2. No, I think that's
Oh, the bishop is not.
maybe
there.
this.
Ooh. Takes.
Yes.
Oh, can we see the final? What's it say?
Yeah,
Oh, it's a
just some
checkmate in the end.
C1 or A1.
That was
Wow.
the line the Parham
Yes, this
Parham
is-
was seeing probably.
This is what? Okay. I see the bar. I understand that white is winning somehow. I mean, but I have to admit that I don't see what the move is at the moment. Like, yes, this is just exactly. This is very usually quite.
And
Okay,
here
here
goes
it is.
rook g to g3.
What you do G3? This seems to be approved by bar, and the idea is after rook e4, which is something which black would like to do, and he has 40 seconds to make up his mind.
We got the information that in the game of Van Forest and Navarra, Van Forest made a bit inaccuracy, and we can see David actually walking now in the venue. Can we take a look what is happening there?
We can jump quickly there, and okay, black rook, white rook on b5 doesn't seem right.
Navarra likes
Yeah,
to hunt the
doesn't-
rooks,
doesn't-
right?
And yeah, knight c7. How did this happen? Okay, rook takes d5. He sacrificed the pawn, and then he went for an activity instead. And we see that rook b5, a bit of inaccuracy. Bishop c5 probably a move which you can blunder.
Knight c7 is
Is
now
a threat. Yeah.
the
Bishop
threat.
c3 played. Bishop c3 tried to free up his rook, and maybe after rook b3 something like knight
Can
d2.
I go rook b1 check and then knight c7?
Yeah, but then there is knight d2 maybe also. I mean, I'm just in time to
To
protect
guard the
this, but
bishop.
but
on
maybe
c3.
knight b5 takes, and this endgame. No, there's something else. Guess maybe some rook g1, yeah, or something like this, possibly. Okay, Jorna is now he still has some
There's rook
time to.
c1 as well there.
So he played. Did he play? No, he after bishop c3. David is still thinking. So let's go back quickly to Parham. Parham played rook takes e4, and something happened. Bishop d1. Wow. So now more pieces are hanging. More pieces hanging for Parham.
Parham tries to look to whole board as there are the pieces all over
No.
the places. 28 seconds.
Doesn't look happy.
And 9
Yeah,
more
maybe
moves
this
to
is
be
the most
played.
precise way for white. He somehow found some strange to me a bit, a coordination of white of his pieces, which was not. Usually you use your pair of bishops in attacking play, but here he used them to protect the first rank. Rook e1 with 3 seconds.
That's a nice
Then
move.
was very close to.
If this is a blitz game, that's a different story. And black might be very comfortable here, have these threats and everything. But 30 seconds increment, it gives a lot of advantage to white's position.
I think now he has many comfortable options, including just taking on g6 or g7. It should also do the job. Rook takes g6, for example, looks quite good. But we will see soon enough. Both players are now under 1 minute, so the most exciting part of the game.
How many moves do you need to play?
They still have 9 moves till the time control. So yeah, well, so the rook g6. I believe the rook g6 is the one which is the most natural. Just get rid of this bishop from g7.
And what is
basically
his move?
20 seconds.
look on g7.
Took on
I mean,
g7.
okay, well that may be as
Like
I
you
don't
can
know
also
why-
take the bishop on g1.
yeah. Rook takes g1 is gonna happen, I guess. But I don't know why not to take a pawn before this? I understand that it's a temper, but
Do you mean rook
there's
g6?
yeah, I wanted rook g6 actually. I wanted rook g6, and rook takes.
Oh,
after
5
rook-
seconds. 4-3.
But
Did he made a move?
yeah.
On the
of
4
course.
seconds.
Yeah, of
Oh,
course.
wow.
4 seconds, like tons
Oh,
of time.
wow. Tons of
Yeah,
5
for
seconds,
this-
tons of time.
for this generation. They have very. This is a very big, a huge difference between people from a different age when we didn't have a digital clocks and we needed ticking of the clock to to feel the time.
The flag.
And
clock
not
says.
but not here. Now you have this exact feeling of those guys. They know exactly how much time they have and seconds. So exchanging now, taking on b3 probably is just quite logical, but yeah, a bit strange I think from David, because I would expect him to. I mean, they would have a similar position with all the threats kept. With taking on g6 and black position collapsing completely. Now rook takes b3 looks like a good option, of course. Just finally to get rid of this annoying knight. Should be winning as well. And he did king a2. Okay, it's gonna be a more or less the same. I believe that. He wants actually. The trick is that after king g7, there is. King g7, there is probably queen c3
and you
check first,
take
and you
the
take with
piece,
yeah. Don't want. He doesn't want to give up the rook for this. But can he somehow
Rook goes to
rook to
e1.
e1?
E3.
E3. Okay.
Okay.
This is this also shouldn't be enough. But practically, and now it's Anton who is on 10 seconds. 3. Made the move on 1 second. Guys, is this really necessary? I mean, I know that I'm not playing this game, but 1 second? Are you sure? Okay, so queen. Okay, exchange on e3. Queen takes e3, and now small complications for white. Okay, now he is unhappy again because queen g2. Oh, but knight c1. I mean, just knight c1 ideas come up. Knight c1, knight d3, like gives it. Okay, Parham obviously feeling that the game is open. Wide open again. This is quite incredible. You can see it's surprised. I mean, Alojzije was talking about my facial expressions during the games, and now we can see quite clearly what Parham thinks. Like, what? Why do I get all these chances? I mean, knight c1, knight d3. Well, should I drop this one there, or can I take on g7? Maybe. No. Maybe not.
I love it.
Oh, really? What should I do? I haven't had such a big choice. Queen e6. Oh. And now we are 30 it's move 36. Now black has consolidated.
He
his
did a
position.
magic on the board.
Well,
crazy
I'm
there, all
afraid.
the
I'm
mass.
afraid it's yeah.
It takes two. It takes two, of course.
Definitely,
Yes.
but it seemed like it was so. And he was so composed. He played so well, and suddenly just one move. I think that rook take. I mean, I would just definitely blame not taking on g6 to this. I mean, now it's just maybe black is just better, and maybe king takes g7 simply, or just has a huge choice of moves. Quite an incredible turnaround in this game as well.
Amazing. How many moves they have to go still?
Still 3 moves for Parham.
Moves.
Four.
Moves
Four. I'm sorry.
He
4
might
moves
manage
for
to
Parham.
win even. Like
Yeah,
how
it's
it
a
is
game.
going.
The game's course goes in the ways that it's not very clear.
Let's keep the eye on this one before
Yeah, let's
time.
let's check.
Do you want to
quickly.
check Gukesh against
Yeah, for
Aravindh?
sure.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Because it's going downhill to
Gukesh.
world champion again, and this is quite unfortunate for him. As this we have this looking like a football match now. Yes, here we have really loud cheers from spectators. I would remind them that you are most likely on sound which goes worldwide. I do understand that you are very happy with this, but let's concentrate on the positions. Thank you all the spectators for coming. It's very nice to see you here, but yeah, well, still different from football a bit. So let's
Very
see.
close.
Very close. Yes, this today, and you said it's not an exciting match at all.
You
Game
see?
at all. Yeah.
You
It's
see?
getting better and better. So
You had
not
to say that earlier, so we're gonna have more fun
well,
earlier.
it's Alojzie's fault.
Or the fault of the time.
Yeah.
I love this position. Look at the geometry of today's game.
I'm
Like if
afraid
you
that-
take the knight on e2, it's not for free because after knight jumps on g4, right? Is that the move?
he can win like this as well, and I think this is a way how it's gonna end up most likely. This
King G3?
H3, rook takes, and this is seemingly is just a winning endgame for black. Is it king h3 and rook takes a2? This is a problem, and now white unfortunately is not in time for this because of rook a3, and the endgame is hopeless for white. So after knight e3, big problems. I'm afraid probably unsolvable problems for the world champion, and yeah, well, it looks like he's going to drop another full point here, and
Knight g4 is coming, and
yeah, well, I think that this
rook
is a line
h8
which is going to happen
coming.
anyway, because there are so many threats from black side that white cannot avoid losing material here, and yeah, the coordination of black's knight is simply going to bring black the whole point in this game. Of course, the line, the rook's endgame, which we saw shortly before, is gonna happen most likely, because it seems like to be white's best bet here, but not a big one at all. So let's quickly check on back to Parham, because they still are okay. Parham is on move 40, has 25 seconds. So he may have his coffee if he does. He drink coffee? Parham does drink coffee, I guess. No?
Yeah, the other day here, Vincent said that young generation, we don't drink coffee, and I felt bad. I felt old. But you know what? Hans drinks coffee.
He's young.
Okay, he's young, but like they drink coffee.
he's young,
Parham drinks coffee.
Parham
as
drinks
well.
coffee. There is a proof. We can see there's
Yeah.
something. Well, maybe it's not coffee, but it should be coffee.
Yeah, but Hans was drinking coffee for sure today.
Okay,
That's
so good for Hans. Let's see if it does bring him any points. If he is so good that he drinks coffee.
that can be name.
What? King on d3. This is not an endgame. Where are you going? Okay, we haven't seen this game. It seems
yeah,
like
there was
f5 happened.
Yeah, look
F5
at the
happened
pawns,
somewhere.
yeah? It
It
happened
looks like
twice.
f5 happened at least once in this game. And maybe exactly at the moment you said. Yes,
Yeah,
f5
it
was there.
happened here.
So knight d5, rook g7, e takes f5. Oh, this is a move which you usually not willingly doing if you have any alternative, but maybe he didn't feel like it. And knight f6, some exchanges, not yet. Knight takes f6, af3, king d3, obviously. What else?
If you take king
Yeah, I think king f3 was not what he wanted here. Possible as well, but he felt that. Can I say that d3 is safer? But they have passed the time control, so
maybe why not king c2, king to b2? It's safe, but that's very long way to go.
Well,
I think.
Interesting. Is there any more time troubles? No. Come on, guys, give us some time troubles. So Parham did play knight e3. Let's just check what is the position here. It's. I mean, okay, maybe it didn't completely change the evaluation of the position, but we can safely say that black is out of danger now. And is Jordan Van First out of danger? It also seems so that
Navara is out of danger.
Okay, he was. Yeah, at some point,
he freed the
rook. We didn't know what's going to happen to the white rook on b5, or we did suspect something, but it didn't happen seemingly. So he. Okay, so knight d2, knight d2, some idea, but knight takes b5. So he didn't want to gain an exchange. I thought
there was something like rook to c1.
Rook c1, maybe knight b3. He didn't. Ah, no, wait. What is this? What is? Yeah, what was he afraid of here? We don't know. Like cbc? No. Could this be a trick? Running.
Oh wow.
Running, because knight d2 controls this b1 square, and there is another key square which it controls on e4. So after knight e4, knight takes c3. Suddenly, it's just winning for white, and would be winning for white. So maybe that was a trick. And Navara, he was low on time, if I remember correctly. So he
was low on time.
Yeah. So he went for a safer option, which is this endgame. But it seems that even the pawn's endgame is gonna fizzle out in a draw.
It's gonna be a draw, right?
Which is a bit disappointing maybe for a local supporters. But it
can
seems
we make some moves, because when we have the outside pass pawn, passer, it usually is an advantage, but not in this position.
Yeah, I think that there are not enough pawns simply to create enough winning chances, because also the h pawns will remain on the board, and then most likely it will not be enough to win for black. I mean, I'm sure what's going to happen. The game will be played till the very end. I know David, so it most likely will end up in some stalemate or king against king. But I think that it's not going to change the evaluation, and we are heading towards a draw. And look what happened.
Gukesh versus Aravindh.
Okay, he did an improved version, a slightly improved version, because he managed to get his king. He went for a king h4, which is slightly better option
because you don't then forced to be.
Yeah, but Aravindh just went for. He's not also forced to take on a2 immediately.
Exactly.
So he played b4, which is more accurate. Yeah, it's a nice technical touch. Would rook a2 would maybe waste the win. Yeah, we can see that. King h4 gives white slightly better chances to survive. But if black is accurate, and by playing b4, he did show that he is going to be technically perfect here. It seems that even a world champion cannot survive this. So another heartbreak for Gukesh. We did hope to get him to the studio today, but doesn't seem very likely. And it's actually the game started very well for him today. It did seem that he finally is gonna score a whole point, but unfortunately then got out of hand and completely.
Can we show this one moment when the things went so downhill?
We do believe that actually this is a key moment of the game, when he opted for knight f7, which seems to be inaccurate and well, actually quite a simple move, like knight takes e4 was to be preferred. Then knight takes e6 is coming next, and actually white maintains a huge pressure here. We did show some fun lines here. Could repeat for some viewers. I think we tried to do some rodeo.
Oh, nice.
We went for this, and then we successfully checkmated Black King with help
Knight
of our
A6.
viewers here.
Ooh.
How
King
did we
C3?
do this? Yes. And I
Knight.
remember
King.
the key final touch, knight e3 from the studio, from our viewers here. So a very nice one. It didn't happen in the game.
It would be
Needless
nice
to
though.
say, yeah, but this was a key moment, and he went for knight d7, which looked nice, but actually after bishop d4, black got enough compensation for an exchange, and white eventually was forced to give up the bishop for 2 pawns, and at the end of this end game, it wasn't able to control the black knights, and seems like he is gonna suffer another defeat here.
Oh, tough day, but we have to once again point it out that he's trying to play as much as possible. He's not keeping his title as a trophy. He wants to improve, and that's something super nice for us as well, to have the world champion in this tournament. Can we have the overall look of all the games to check it out and summarize what we have here? Board 1, among the leaders, Fun Forest is a half a point ahead of Navara and up to Satrov. This is a opponent game, and we believe that this game will not end here. They will play a few more moves, but it seems to be the equal position, and the game can end in a draw. Second board, are they still? I think they have finished the game already. So if they're still here.
They
have
may
not
have
repeated.
finished, but,
They have not
not
repeated.
quite. No, but it seems that neither side is going to make progress here. Yakuboyev, he has less than 7 minutes
He
and
burned
second
all the
time
time.
control, but I think that there is no progress he can make here, and most likely the
Repeat the
game
move third
will
time,
end
yes.
up in repetition.
But I don't know if you have noticed, but it's always Yakuboyev who has these things with the draws. We were talking the other day, remember, like this
Yep.
draw first or repeating the moves. It's always his board. It's something is happening
Yeah,
about
see,
that.
I think that their handshake will be close to perfect. At least, yes. These guys, they should have because they see each other every day. So I guess that this is gonna be a easy handshake here. There will be no hesitation, and yeah, we can see from his facial expressions
He's not
that
happy, is it?
Oh, he's not happy, but also he's kind of he understands that there is nothing to be done here. So he will just now repeat some moves. Now just some
But
last.
he never had any big advantage or any.
No, I don't think he was better, seriously, any moment of the game, but he may have felt that, well, he kind of, he's kind of pissed up at this position. But of course, Black's structure is so solid, and his pieces are placed, almost all of them, on Black squares. So you need little to keep more pieces to come after Black King.
Just need one little knight somewhere there, or a pawn or something, something
Queen on-
extra.
Queen on h8.
Yeah,
Something-
that's
something like
perfect.
that. Yeah, that
Pawn on
would be-
h7.
Yeah.
to
Well,
be queen.
unfortunately, it seems that there are no resources for white to continue. So I would expect some repetition to happen.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, I mean,
He
bishop
didn't
e4.
claim for
Yeah, bishop
draw,
e4.
he
No,
made
he usually lets his opponents to claim. Okay, of
And
course.
now Abdusatro will think another
he has
20
like,
minutes.
He has 50 minutes.
And he will play
guys,
king
you can-
g7.
Yeah, you can take your time, guys. We are here.
We're here,
Anyway,
not going
we
anywhere.
We'll see
On the other board, David Anton against Parham Maksodlu. I thought this game would be gone already at this point, but Parham managed to save his position, and he managed to also gain 30 minutes on the clock. So this game is still in progress. If we go back to the game of One Forest and Navara, this is very close to the king versus king situation.
This was
This is
oh well, I think that it's quite typical for David. I think they will play down till the very end, and we can see the king's first b6 on h3 and then e4, e5. So that is a sign that the game ended peacefully, and now I think that David, as far as I know, that he is suggesting where things got wrong. I'm not sure who would be disappointed.
I feel like Jordan looks a bit disappointed. He might could press somewhere.
Well, so I think that he was better for, let's say, bigger part of the game, but then also David had his chance maybe, and it actually was Jordan who had to be careful not to end up in bigger troubles than he was. So I think that at the end of the day, boss will be quite happy with this result.
They're keeping their
typical
positions.
stuff. David did set up the pieces for himself and for white, and he would set up, I think, that pieces for everybody in the playing hall if possible. So
if he's allowed.
He's always such a nice guy. I think that he would sometimes I feel that he loses some extra energy because of trying to be nice to everybody. So it's of course much more pleasant to watch than the other way around situation. But
true.
He's an exception.
He's very, very dear to the chess community and the chess world. And coming up to the final position, Aravindh versus Gukesh. Aravindh seems to know what he's doing. He seems to know that it's very comfortable in this position. Before, nice touch.
He's basically, I mean, he knows what he's doing because he's now waiting for Gukesh to make his move. I think that he is just very comfortably winning after b4. He understands. Gukesh, on the other hand, he also understands what's going on, and I mean, now I think that it's not so much about the position, but just about some kind of reflection of what went wrong. Unfortunately, knows this feeling quite well. Also, that you just. You can do this, of course, by resigning and going home, but till you are in the game, you want to kind of reflect, somehow. And
it is the hardest part in chess is to resign and stop the clock. Gukesh is just a few moves away to do that.
I think that it may happen straight away now because there is not much he can do in this position, and I think that resignation is one of the big options in this situation. Just would have wished that that world champions visit to Prague after so many years would end up a little better than it currently seems. But
so it means that he has to come back.
Well, it's one way to look at it, and
I
the other one is we
questions.
can be also worried that for another 90 plus years, world champions would be afraid to come to Prague because of this. But no, I think that he knows that.
But is he smiling? Look at him. Is he laughing?
Yeah. I don't know, of course, what kind of words he uses generally to himself. I know what I do in these situations. It's just nothing of whatever, please. Nothing of what I think.
I see there's your child there.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't want to say these words.
No, in general, I think nothing which I would think at this moment would be possible to publish in any way, because it would be consisted of many bad things, which I would say about myself mostly, and in different languages usually.
Oh, yes.
And, so
you don't have problem of that, right? Many languages.
But actually, sometimes in some situations you would say, how could I end up losing this. I'm trying to be very very accurate with my words at the moment, because usually I would add up some spices to
some
that.
adjectives.
And yeah, I think that he can't believe that that he's going to lose even this, because you would say, okay, how much winning should I be, like, not to lose something? And no, there is a move.
Next
Rook
move,
e3.
Rook e3.
Okay, there will be some moves made. Now, of course, Aravindh will check the position in order to try to understand if there's something which can go wrong, but I don't think so. I'm curious if Yakubov's game against Abdusattorov, why White is probably trying to provoke his opponent by going like under 2 minutes. Or second option is that most likely they have repeated it so many times that he knows there is no risk.
No one wants to stop the clock, and the arbiter. Oh, they are checking. They're checking.
Yeah,
okay.
yes, there is.
King
Okay, black has claimed the threefold.
But I love how he's still and like.
Yeah,
he's listening. He enjoys the process.
Yeah, sure. Just say that. Of course, it's slightly more pleasant than. Yeah. Okay. Now Pavel Votruba, we can see the chief arbiter. He just told the players most likely that it will be checked on the online boards.
But
online.
how many times they have already repeated? I
think it should be 3. at
5
least.
times?
No. 5 would be an automatic stop from the arbiter. But it was claimed by. I think that this is the first one. No, this is the first. Okay, A4. This is the first one.
Okay.
Because it doesn't matter what order of moves, but this is the position. So King G7. Okay, not yet. No. Yes. Okay, Bishop D3. King F8. He claims the other position with the king on F8. But I think that he is correct. Okay, they managed. I missed the handshake. Did you see it?
Yes,
okay.
it was
Okay,
not
was
perfect.
it good? No, not perfect.
No.
Not perfect.
Not perfect.
Okay. But towards the end of the tournament, I believe that we will see is a good one. Okay, but they discuss the game, so even if the handshake is not perfect, so still it's friendly. It's a friendly atmosphere, and that's fine. Exactly. Yeah. So I think that the game was balanced for most of the time, so it's okay. I guess so. Okay, so we have 3 games running in the Masters. Let's check what happened.
2 games down within a draw, 3 games running. 1 seems to be the decisive result. This game is also a little bit. There's some life here still with these pieces, and
knights are on. Yeah, and what
Hans
about Neiman?
And Neiman?
Nothing. Okay. King takes D3 was the last move which happened, and now Vincent is already thinking for like 20 minutes, or maybe did we miss something? No. But how
Hans has 1 minute here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you have a close-up footage of Hans, or if someone can tell us what's the timing? How is it possible? It's move 41, and he has 1 minute on the clock.
Something is wrong, I guess.
Yeah.
Something should be wrong with this, because we had exactly this same position, and it was black to move here, and I mean he most likely didn't spend 20 extra minutes here, and but
it's also he has never had a time.
Not very good in his close-ups, but it seems that like White Knight is still alive there on F6, right? Is it a White Knight I can see there on the left side? It should be. Yeah, well. Yeah, it's the same position, but probably the
time will show the correct time after it goes to 0.
Okay. Yes, this is a fact we missed.
I don't like these clocks, actually. It really stresses me out. I prefer to have these clocks which gives you the time.
Yeah, but there are some technical. Oh, it didn't take a knight. It just went something else.
Rook to E7.
No, wait.
And Hans can't believe it.
I also don't really understand what's going on. He didn't take the knight. Okay, so could have taken the knight, and instead of it, he just goes for rook e7 in cold blood. Wow, that's okay. Now we are happy. Hans is on his 30 minutes.
He got his.
Yeah,
got his
and
time.
Vincent is gonna have. But he's gonna get his extra time. No, but it was move 41,
No,
so he's on his 10 minutes.
Yeah,
he's not
he has
gonna
to
get
lose
his
these 10 minutes to get.
No. He's maybe he's not gonna. No, I think that it seems that he just spent his time he got after the move 40. Okay. In any case, we will see.
Such a
left,
mystery for
yeah,
us.
he left the knight on f6 hanging. Well, the idea is obviously not to let white king to go to a safe place. You suggested b2.
If knight moves away, queen e4 is a checkmate now.
Yep, that looks like a good option for black. But of course, white has some other options. Rook e7. Well, that's a nice move. Can be used as an example of non-automatic take-back move. So instead of taking on f6 immediately, like lots of players would do, so he considered his options carefully and then played rook e7. Very interesting move. We can make a quick jump to Gukesh to take.
Somehow all the games became so interesting now, right? We just don't want to live.
Rook g4. A tricky option. He wants to hit some f5 idea at some point, but and also king g3, but doesn't look.
Shall we play king to a3 here?
King a3. I probably have king g3. Trying to hold on here somehow. And if you do rook f1,
king
then
g2.
king g2.
b3.
And b3.
Oh, that's a funny line there. b3, king takes, b2.
b2.
And rook g6 is not saving
No,
the day because it's a check.
b1 is a check, so it's important to check. Then white can try to build a fortress here. So it's try to be the fortress is the worst possible news for the commentators. No.
No, there is even worse scenario.
Yeah. Rook and bishop.
Yeah, that's the
Rook and
worst.
bishop after the fortress.
After yes, that's the worst.
Okay, so we do hope that of course we want the best quality moves from both players, but on the other hand, we also want to get home today. So let's see how this ends up. Most likely, black has a better option. I mean, the graphics suggest that something else should be there as well.
Well, we're gonna check it out very soon, but right now we are taking our break, and by the time we're back, we're gonna have more updates. So guys, you don't want to miss any of this action. It seems like the players just started this round now, and we have more fun ahead of us. So we are taking a short break, and we'll be back.
love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
And we are back. I'm at my usual position. Movsi has switched to my left. What to say, Movsi? Every day we are getting some excitement, some unpredictable results. After the opening, that someone would give me a chance that White can lose that game in Gukesh versus Aravindh. I wouldn't give big chances.
Well, you could get rich if you would.
No, it's quite strange, but that means that chess as a game, you cannot control it these days, right? To play this Karpov style, okay, Magnus can do it, maybe sometimes Nakamura is controlling the risk, but it's not so simple.
Well, generally, I think that in Gukesh's case, it could be that I think it was similar. Well, we can compare a little bit to Ding, because when he became a world champion, also he there are two ways to approach it, and we can be quite happy with Gukesh's approach, of course. I can't blame Ding for not participating in many events, because tournaments he played were far from convincing as well. And Gukesh has decided to play in more events, and is just again. It's the truth is that the last two world champions after Magnus, they cannot really say with all due respect to them that they would have dominated the chess world, which was Magnus' case for most of the time. So this probably is an issue, because. It's maybe also our psychological approach to this, because we learn to, or we are used to the fact that the world champion is the best player in the world who dominates the field and so on in every event, and it has been like this in all the, well, for many years. We can say this about Kasparov era, about Karpov era, about Magnus era, because remember when Kasparov felt that he is not going to dominate in the events, he actually decided to call it a time, more or less. So in Magnus' case, he still is dominant in tournaments where he plays, but he just felt that the world championship title is not that significant to him anymore, and just decided to take a break from it for a while. So let's see if he ever comes back with this idea. But and these two players, they are of course very strong, extremely strong players. Both of them managed to qualify from the candidates tournament, which itself is a sign of greatness, of course. But still, it can be said that they were dominating the events for a longer period of time. And well, of course. For Gukesh, it's heartbreaking to have such a bad event here. It cannot, unfortunately, call it otherwise. But maybe he just takes it philosophically that he has to, and he still is very young. If he wants to get a shot to defend his title, or to, in case he can defend it, to regain it afterwards. So he needs to play these events and learn from his mistakes and try to improve.
Yeah, I completely agree with those things you were mentioning from 1886, Steinitz-Zukertort, till Ding Liren, or let's say after Magnus, was only 16 champions, so eras were long.
Yeah, well, some different, but actually in many cases it was a dominance. And not maybe all of them, but in many cases it was, and maybe it's also our perspective that we expect a world champion to be by far the best player in the world, and it's not always the case, because in other sports also we can see that world champion in many sports, like in athletics, for example, it can be can be a world champion who had one great race. I'm not comparing to Gukesh by any means, but it's just probably we have to accept the fact that the world champion is not necessarily going to dominate all the events he's playing.
Yeah, especially since we have different style needed to keep the world championship title. Now it's about match. He doesn't need to play these kind of tournaments. Okay, he's keeping. He's trying to improve, to stay in shape, to monetize, whatever, call it how you want. But for match, he can win matches and still be world champion with this system. And to win matches of 16 games with the same opponent, it's completely different than playing with this profile of the players.
I hope that's going to be 12. Yeah, but
12.
yeah. Hopefully they are not gonna prolong it because I think that even 12 was proved to be a very long.
14. Yeah, it's not 16. It's 14.
It's
sorry.
14 or
yeah, I think
12?
it's more. It's more than for sure. It's more than 12, but I was not sure.
They change the regulations all the time. Yeah. Okay. So in any case, it's a long match.
Yeah.
So for nowadays, it's a tournament or the match which has its specifics, and I would believe that of course, for any player who would qualify from the candidates, it's gonna be also a huge challenge. So of course, you are right that it's possible to maintain, say, the world champion title or by playing effectively in one event.
Yeah.
If let's say if he would take these tournaments as a preparatory events to the world championship matches, well, this one doesn't go very well. But maybe he takes it as a chance to learn from his mistakes and to try to improve and simply be better.
Okay, in the meantime, let's check our two games which are in progress regarding Hans versus Vincent. So it's steered to an end game, and here with two rooks on the board, it's more about there are chances to create some drawing mechanism, even being sometimes 2 pawns down. So it's a lot about activity. At the moment, it's a pawn up for black, but it's obvious that white is not in danger.
I mean, in the worst case, he can go rook d3, for example, which looks quite natural. But there are definitely many more other moves. But rook d3, I like rook d3 probably.
I was thinking even to go rook f7 or something like that. To be totally active.
Yeah. Well, what is very comfortable for Hans is his clock situation is way better than Vincent's. It's 19 minutes, which is quite a lot, and his king is more active. Also, his pawn structure is, let's say, more promising, or has more perspectives, let's say, on queen side, if he manages to restore the parity in the pawns after either rook d3 or some other move. Still, he will remain with his 2-on-1 on the queen side, which could be quite unpleasant for black in the future. So I would think that the white's chances are still a little bit higher after. Just at that time, not completely
Okay,
sure.
let's play. We mentioned rook d3 as a possible option, although I don't see that even after d4 that.
Yeah, I want to go king b3.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, king b3, but then I don't know. I just go rook f1.
I just wanted to take it.
d3.
This may not be so easy. Rook f1.
Yeah, I push and then activate my king. That was what rook d4
yeah,
we
but
did.
Then king c3. So you will have to trade this rook for, the pawn for h4, and that's exactly what I meant. That I will end up with 2 pawns on queen side, and it may eventually be winning. Also, we can see that the bar doesn't agree with this, but still playable.
Yeah.
Obviously, this line wasn't forced.
Yeah, we are
Yes.
just we
So
are speaking about possible outcome
D5.
in this position. That rook d3 is.
There are more. Yeah, rook d3 is maybe one of the options, but there can be more.
But it's obvious that black needs to bring his king.
Yeah, sooner or
Somehow,
later. At the
yeah.
moment, he doesn't really have a comfortable way to do this. Maybe that's why he went for d5. To I think he understands that.
I was thinking rook f7, but this might be, yeah, not
F7,
significant. Yeah,
maybe check or something, but
because I'm combining two things. Maybe some possible
but
activation.
if I give you like rook c8,
Okay, king goes up. Then
but then I can go also rook c4, rook takes b4.
how is this position? Probably there is nothing.
I don't
Yes.
know. I'm
Yeah.
not sure you can mate me with this. I will give you many checks.
Yeah, there will be checks, so I cannot include my rook.
I mean, king
because-
c5 would be nice,
Yes.
but king c5 is not winning. I mean, king c5 would be a nice trick, but rook g4 in time,
Mhm.
luckily, and
Maybe even king g8.
g8 is also
Yeah.
possible. Yes. But king g8 don't like him so much.
Yeah.
But in any case, this is a possible. Well, only white's problem is that he has many options here, and I would expect Hans to try to win this.
And how about our other game? The smoke has cleared. Black is probably not risking much.
Not anymore.
Yeah.
Not anymore. Well, still has to be careful though. If he goes like queen takes h5, for example, some knight f7 ideas can be tricky because
This probably is winning.
you have to go king g8, knight g5. Then I wasn't sure if I have a
No, I think
defense there.
it should be winning. Maybe even knight. I was thinking.
Knight e8. Or?
Yeah, I was thinking because this one is hanging. There might be some tactics with some queen d4 in the end. So let's say knight e8, queen h6, or
Queen h6. No, this should be made. No, queen h6, queen f7, and knight f6. This looks like
Yeah.
a pretty common picture.
yeah. So
Yeah, maybe.
What
But
else
queen
to do?
takes h5. Yeah, it's not necessary. Can he do something else instead of queen takes h5? What
but
would-
queen d3.
queen d3. But king c1.
Yeah.
It's not so obvious. It's something like has one of the options. I would expect an engine to give something like g takes h5
Yeah,
or something
for
like,
sure. This
yeah,
is the
something
more.
like
No,
this.
for
If
sure.
it's
This
not-
is the more.
Yeah,
move.
this is. But this is very difficult for a human to make this move. I mean, unless you exhaust all the other options, either you don't like them, so you just go for this. Because this gives white, of course, an option to make a draw whenever he wants.
Just one question. See, after knight f5, is knight c3 so bad?
Knight f5.
Knight c3, is this so bad? Maybe it's not.
Tricky. Can I take with
I was
B pawn?
Yeah,
No?
actually, that's what I was asking. Engine knows that it's a draw, but I would need to
I'm
spend.
trying to catch up with engine, which is a very difficult task usually. But how is this?
Okay, let's start. Some
Queen
quick-
f1, Queen f5, and Queen b5. Oh, that's quite easy actually.
So
I mean, yeah, you keep the queen on diagonal and
Yeah,
diagonal
you're not
and it's a
allowing
draw.
the-
Yeah, no, this is not
yeah.
a difficult one.
even
And
this
g
one.
takes h5. Parham is
Because after my point was after queen c3, queen f1 just should just
yes,
yeah
yes, yes.
finish the game.
This is just yeah, maybe that can happen actually. I mean, after gh5 and David is on 5 minutes, so
Yeah, I think they both see it. Ah, Queen F5.
Okay. But he is gonna
Okay.
do it safely,
Yes.
most likely. So King G7, Queen G5, King H7. I'm not sure if White has any big options there. And White also has to be not to forget about Queen takes B2 mate threat.
Yeah, Queen F7, Knight F5.
He wants to make some
it's
cold
appealing.
move, which
It's appealing to set up this.
yeah, well, but also Black has counter chances. Also, we saw Knight C3 as a possible way to make a perpetual in worst case. No, also White has to be careful a bit about the queen exchange because all the resulting knight endgames may become tricky with an H pawn, which I don't think it's gonna get to that. I would believe that the game will end up in some perpetual.
But a very interesting game.
Oh yeah, King's Indian. As we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, King's Indian with all it had, typical stuff. Black was mostly in big danger. But then in time trouble, things got tricky, and Parham did show that he's extremely capable. He's very good in dynamics tactics. So very good game for David Anton for a long time. But then still he missed a couple of good decisions towards the end of the game, which could have won, I think, the game, and he would be a little bit more happy than now, with most likely having to admit that there is no more than a draw in this position.
Since we have so many action in master section, it's understandable that we forgot a little bit our challengers.
We didn't forget them, but we knew that nothing very important. No, we didn't. So we can see the results. We can see quite a peaceful day, seemingly. Also, Stepan Herbeck's game against Jonas Bierre was very interesting, extremely tense, but Herbeck decided to take a repetition when he was short on time. The only game was Benjamin Gladura, who managed to convert another white pieces against Joachim Nemetz, which brings him a little bit closer to a top of the standings.
Yeah, speaking about standings, let's check them. Finek is still
He is in the lead with a whole point ahead of Bertzen and Herbeck. And many players lined up on 3 points on 50%. Jurginer and Surya Ganguly on minus score for the moment. I think that a bit surprising in general, the standings, but it does show that challengers are very unpredictable, and the tournament is really for local players, for example, a great chance to compete with strong players from world's top. Meanwhile, we see that Gukesh really decided to call it a day, and his game. I'm not sure we had the final result of Gukesh's game before, but we had
he resigned. So it was so he was already.
So we have
finished.
2 games going on, and it seems that David Anton's game against Parham actually is gonna end soon. Hans Neiman, Vincent Keymer, Rook D3.
Yeah, your move.
Oh well, I think it was quite logical. It's Rook C8, King B3. So now Black has a decision to make. How does he play this out? Can he?
You mean penetrate with the rook?
I was thinking how to do this. Maybe
Rook C2.
both Rook C2 and Rook C1 came to mind, but
this one is
none
not
of this-
great, but Rook C1.
none of this is great. He played Rook F1.
Actually, okay. This is something which is probably super precise and the best.
Yeah, well, it's been trying to create a counterplay. Now seemingly forcing white to take on f3. And then probably some... can he start checking? Like rook b1? And just to line up with the rook c1. My idea is very straightforward.
Yeah.
You can see I'm trying to make a draw, and of course white.
And the problem is I cannot open the doors because you will play b6 as well, so it doesn't mean that I'm running.
Yeah, not so easy to. And white, oh, yeah. Well, maybe white cannot even avoid this. Yeah. If white really wants to make a perpetual himself, of course, free to do it.
Of course.
Because I'm not going to g6. I have to say. Yes, it would lead to a mate, but.
So b5.
b5 seems like a good try, but I may give you a couple of checks first. And after king a3 would just go b6.
Yeah, locking the king. In the meantime, Anton versus Maksudlu has just finished.
Yes, perpetual.
Interesting game, but
yes, extremely interesting. King's Indian got rewarded. Actually, I think that always this similar feeling when time to time I come up with King's Indian myself, and then mostly for first 2 hours I think, why did I do this again? And yeah, maybe sometimes of course you can get a nice reward, maybe winning even, but escaping with draw I think is quite good for black in this situation for Parham.
And how about your style with the white pieces? I also noticed that you improve your setup with the same position being white.
Improve.
Yes, and then queen e1,
improvement.
Queen comes to e1.
Well, it's Reti in a way is kind of King's Indian with reversed colors, but I would not call it like obvious improvement. Well, just at some point, of course, you want to see some more positions, different ones with not only e4s.
But my point is that you are not so worried when you're playing with the white piece.
I'm never worried anymore. I think it seems.
Okay, you were not. You were not.
Yeah. It seems that at the moment I'm. Frankly, opening was. I think I can reveal it now. Opening was not the strongest part
really?
of my chess. Yeah, I'm afraid it was no mystery for lots of people, and but I did like to create some ideas to come up with some unusual, well, not necessarily absolutely weird stuff, but yeah, nowadays it became more and more difficult, and I left the floor for others now. They are better in this than me. I would say that these two represent the modern generation of chess. I actually like chess-wise, like both players. Vincent is very creative. He proves it in freestyle very often, and Hans as well. I would say that they are very similarly interesting players to watch. It seems that we are gonna have our line.
By the way, so Vincent is from Germany. You know a lot. You know a lot about Germany. You played many years in Bundesliga. For how long? It will be maybe 20.
In Bundesliga, I played since season 95-96. 95-96 to be. I mean, lots of people they may think it would be 1800, but no, 1995. So it's quite a lot. We were teammates with Vincent for several years in Baden-Baden, and I think he comes from city near Mainz, which actually was like one of the first events, fantastic events of freestyle. I enjoyed them a lot, and we actually could see Vincent in Prague many years ago. I think he was around 12. He came for Prague Open tournament, played quite well, and yeah, obviously could see his improvement. Also, he had one of the best possible coaches, I think.
Yeah.
And Peter is not only a fantastic player himself, but he proved to be a great advisor to not only Vincent, but many top players for a while. So
yeah, but it's not only about chess. It's about also what I like, the way how Vincent is behaving. He was saying that, I think, for which tournament was it? I'm trying to recall, where he was in high school. So regularly solving his obligations and then playing chess tournaments. And as I said, it looks like he's very happy when he's speaking about chess history. So I see this Petr Leko signature there.
yes, that's part of course, it's very nice to see an educated guy, not only chess-wise, but very polite, not an automatic quality nowadays. And it was not a big surprise to me that, of course, he ended up in chess qualities as well. I would say that lately, I think he's one of the most improved players in the last year. Of course, his rating also suggests so. And what I like also is that he's very good in freestyle. It's frankly one of the disciplines which I enjoy a lot. True, it was not completely necessary to lose to him in Karlsruhe last year, but I think that he proved that he is one of the best. And I like players who are very well prepared, but in the same time, freestyle is a little bit more about creativity and being able to play without opening preparation, and he has done it both. Of course, we could only wish for more players like him. And on the other hand, I would say that Hans Neiman also was, if put aside all the non-chess things which surrounded him, I would say that he is also one of the players who improved the most lately. And it's we can see a fighting spirit. A5 tries to still.
Yeah, because on b5 there was b6, but on a5 there is no a6.
True. So he tries to prolong the game. So how do we do this? Let me give a check, and on king b3. We don't want to chase the king to b5.
No, not really.
Yeah. Shall we chase him the other way? I think the other way is also quite good. Like king b2, rook. Oh, king b3. Doesn't really matter so much. I think that he's gonna go rook cb1.
King c2.
Yes, and king c2. I thought just keep giving you these checks. I think White's problem is that if you go to the third rank, I will just give you a check and then take on f3 and take on b4, which you don't really want to experience. Can I go to d3? Like rook c1, king d3. I'm trying to somehow run from these checks. Still not a forced draw, which is probably why Neiman went for a5. That's a nice move actually, because it doesn't give like an easy perpetual. So We have seen previously in this tournament, in the Challengers group example, that pretty simply looking endgame of u5 against Gladura turned out quickly wrong for Gladura, and he lost an important game. So let's see how Vincent is gonna handle this rook's endgame. King d3. What is king d3? No, king. The thing is also that once I managed to chase your king off the queen side, then maybe after some exchange of rooks I may try to get your b4 pawn.
Yeah,
But
I was
if you
just
are
thinking
far
about
enough,
it.
yeah.
Exactly.
Not sure if I can define far enough, but like still time-wise, there's some not time issues yet. King d2. Careful approach. I can always repeat, of course. So where does he go if I give you another check? Can you reconsider and go king c3 after your after rook d1?
Yeah, the thing is curious, for example, so rook d1, let's say king e3 or king c3, where we will go? Let's say king c3. Rook a3 check, for example.
It's king b2, eh?
King b2. If you take, this
maybe
doesn't
losing,
mean that you solve, because now I don't know,
yeah,
rook
is
behind,
there, yeah.
rook behind, and the life is not so simple now. For maybe I have a better move.
b5
here.
we can go, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
Just go.
But
b5, a6,
Yeah.
b6. But maybe instead of rook b3, no? Even you can go b5 straight away.
That's maybe a better option.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just b5.
Yeah. So he needs to be careful, and now I'm not sure that it's so easy to calculate here everything.
No, so the question is if he needs to keep giving checks, yeah, because it's an easier option, but also he may just do something like, yeah, exactly. That was my idea. Also, rook c7 to try to cover the 7th rank. But we can see that the bar is not super happy with rook c7. What would be the move instead of this? Let's try to understand this.
Oh, sorry.
What could have been the correct option? Because rook d1 also doesn't seem to be good. I don't see any other
Well, how about
options.
rook b1 back?
b1.
Is this super bad?
So simple. Wow,
Yes.
doesn't. Not sure.
Not, it's not good according to the engine, so he's laughing to my proposal. d4 is probably bad.
No, yeah, d4 doesn't look likely here. I don't know.
It's bad. So what's the move?
Like rook h1.
Really?
Well, I don't know. I'm just already kind of guessing.
Very good.
Yes. So.
Yeah. You had to prepare some.
Yeah, well,
Net.
also keeping some control over the h4 pawn. I mean, rook c7. Yeah, rook c3 is annoying. That's because he just wants to
Very
take
unpleasant position, because the king is an issue. How to include it now, especially when we exchange pair of rooks, then
Yeah, he
king.
doesn't want to change them,
Yeah.
because he would go rook e7, I think.
So king activity is here crucial.
Yeah, well, this a5 was very good. I have to say that a5 is, especially when you are It's from psychological point of view also. If you imagine that you, for second time control, mostly it was black who was defending, and you kind of seemingly found a setup which forces a draw, which is rook c1, rook b1, and then your opponent makes a move which prolongs the game. You feel like it should still be a draw, and you are looking for some forced options, but they are not there, and so of course, this is far from panic. Rook c7, sure, and we are very smart here, like guessing about moves and making the correct one on the 5th or 6th try. So of course, black in this game doesn't have so many options, also has less time and bigger responsibility about the move than us here. But rook g7. He actually came to a similar idea.
Yeah. Same idea like you did.
Similar, yeah. I'm not sure about rook c3 though. I have to say that I'm not rook c3. I'm less convinced about this because I think this is maybe a loss of a tempo. Maybe rook f5 was, or maybe also not. I'm sure, of course, but rook f5 did seem to me like an interesting option here to try to play. But rook c5, this allows some exchanges. Yeah. Okay. In any case, he played rook c3. I don't think that it's.
Just want to add that regarding endgames, there are many books, but when you're writing books, you want to make the things more theoretical, and not many people were bothering with 4 rooks or 2 pair of rooks. And it's not easy to use some knowledge because, with 1 rook we know many theoretical stuff, and even, for example, pawns on 2 wings. But with 4 rooks, I don't recall any instructive.
There are positions, there are theoretical positions, of course, because with 4 rooks on the board, the pawn up is much more significant than with a single pair of rooks, and there are some positions which are quite. Okay, now they repeated. You can see that Hans did understand the rook c3 didn't really go as planned, so he went rook f3, also a psychological trick in a way, asking a question. Okay, you sure I don't have anything better? Okay, then you can go rook c7, and now Vincent is holding his ground. Now the question is how white can play this on.
Four minutes. Still he's comfortable, but he needs to come up with something.
Oh, he's definitely on a more comfortable side of a draw. So even if it's a draw.
Okay, regarding 4 rooks, do you remember any victory, any famous victory?
I'm trying to remember 4 rooks. The best are 4 rooks supported by queen in a mating attack. So it avoids I can say it's basically avoiding any endgame knowledge by a big margin. Trying to remember 4 rooks, some famous. Well, maybe we are looking at one, but I think that this is closer to a draw than to a win. I recently had an endgame with 4 rooks, which was actually not good. To manage to survive somehow. Actually, it was a similar way. Managed to somehow create a semi-mating net to defend. So. No, don't think this game is gonna be famous anytime soon. But okay, also time-wise now, it's not like white is risking something, but also he cannot really spend all his time and not coming up with any ideas. Do you think he's gonna repeat once more? I mean, c3, but So now he invested a couple of minutes into trying to find some idea to carry on. By his body language, it seems that he doesn't see any. I feel rook c3 coming up.
Okay, 1 minute. Now it's the direction towards a draw. It's closer, but
King e3.
King e3.
And rook a3 wants to go to f2 or what? What about rook a3 check?
Yeah, he cannot go up because then it's a dead draw. At least I believe. So
Yeah, rook takes f3 and then rook c4
4
and
should be a
rook takes b4.
yeah.
Okay, still white doesn't risk anything, but what is
Yeah, it should be a
the
draw.
pawn, yeah?
Just show it that this. No, rook a3. Sorry, rook
a3.
a3, king d4,
Takes
takes.
f3, takes, rook c4, king d5, rook b4.
That should
Yeah,
be
yeah, yeah, this should
a
be a
dead
draw.
draw.
I mean, black has threats like rook b5 check
Yeah.
also, and an exchange. I think rook a3 is gonna happen. Yeah?
And just did king f2.
Is he going to go to h3? This is king. What? I mean, after rook a2 check.
But why is taking now so bad and coming
Okay,
behind?
taking is king f3 now.
Rook c3, rook b3.
That should be also a draw, but I don't like that draw because I go king d2 or something. No,
Yeah, it's
I
not a
don't
draw, so
try to
I'm
push you
missing
out.
something.
no, but just giving checks, it looks extremely natural. No,
Look, he will keep up checking.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes like king g3,
Yes. Rook g7, king h3 you mentioned.
yeah, I don't know. I can just be winning by.
Check, king h3. And we are here.
And if I
Rook
go-
a1, rook f2.
Oh, rook gg2. Can I do?
Engine disagrees. Hang on.
It's Korshits, I guess.
But arbiters were having a heated discussion that they tend to forget, and they're still discussing behind. Let's go full screen.
Yeah, they're discussing if to give them a Korshits or not. It opted for Korshits.
That was funny.
Yeah. Like, just a moment. Yes.
Yeah.
This? Yes. Here we go.
Never mind. It's,
Here we
yeah.
go. Yeah. They stopped the clock.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah, yeah.
I think
It's nice.
it was
yeah,
fair
okay.
from both players
Yes.
because it was not their fault and none of them wanted to take any advantage. This and
Yeah. Yeah, nothing serious happened.
frankly, I think that yeah, many moves should be a draw. In this situation with Korshits is kind of it's a little bit unsettling because you are kind of in some mode. You know, you are playing your game and then suddenly something which is not connected with chess directly intervenes. I don't think
Yeah,
it's a major issue, but
yeah, I
I
understand.
mean, still a little bit unpleasant. It's
I
but rook
understand.
gg2, I'm will be advocating this move. I'd like to play to defend actively because white has a threat of like rook f5. Yeah, some. Rook a1 also comes to mind. Yes, this is actually a good one.
I still think anything.
It's a better version of
Yeah.
of my idea.
Yeah. This is what I mentioned. Then I said rook f2.
Yeah, but rook f2 is like
You give check and go back.
No, I go to g1 maybe.
Ah. And then I go back.
Try.
Yes.
Try. No, but then white is not even better.
Yeah. It should be a draw. And I believe the players
King
will-
H2, yeah?
Yeah.
That's easy.
Anyway, it's a draw. But now it's a bit more closer towards a draw. Huh?
He can he can still try something like
Rook F1
King
or
King H2 and then Rook check, Rook F2. I think he would repeat once, at least. No repetition. Oh, okay. Check and Rook G1. G1 takes.
Yeah, but again, similar
I mean,
thing.
then your king is far away. I mean, at least. On the other hand, my king is cut.
Still some job to be done.
Yeah, actually, check and king F2. Little annoying, of course. Now
I like this camera angle that we sense that that's not simple at all. Why the engine bar is saying it's a dead draw.
It's a dead draw, but
For
not
you can
for-
see on player's face that it's far away from that draw.
Yeah, definitely.
We know
is
how-
worried.
How facial expression is it when it's a dead draw, and that's
Yes.
not this one. Not at all. 20 seconds.
But he's gonna go for Rook H1, Rook G1, I think. Oh, he went for Rook B1 straight away.
Okay,
Interesting.
that's a cool move.
It saves some tempo, right?
Yeah, to bring the king.
Nice. That's actually didn't cross my because I thought that there is a threat of something now, which was not really precise.
So what, Rook D4 or what? What Rook D4, even
D4.
Rook D.
Rook D4 is creating no threats. Took on G7.
Okay,
King G7.
and
And just will go with the king, using the fact that black king is cut.
yeah, but now Rook is a little bit overloaded. This white on F4 because it need to cut the king, but also to defend on B4. But how will black deflect it?
Yeah.
It's not clear, right? Yeah, how do you?
I have to say that I'm not sure. If I mean, Rook B1 was.
How do you draw this game?
I have an idea, but I'm not sure it's a draw. My idea is to go actually Rook A1.
B6 or what?
Yes.
Oh, this is super subtle.
But it's a bit dangerous also.
Yeah. But you can do it
Well, I wanted to do it.
and check.
Check.
Still in the drawing zone.
Okay, you
King
can do
Rook.
this after King F2.
Yeah.
I think King F2, Rook A3 is possible still. Because it will end up in a very similar position, which Black wanted to avoid. I'm not sure it's I don't see anything else actually. That's maybe.
Yeah. I don't
just
see
trying
any other way.
to use an elimination method, and but Rook A3, Rook D4 is also possible.
15 seconds. I'm
And
not
then
surprised.
Rook A4.
15
maybe.
second and king g6. Okay, at least to have king
Yeah.
a little bit closer
E2.
in case something is wrong. d4 at least, and then to activate a bit. But
There was one more plan which I was super lazy to calculate, and it's rook g3 and rook g4 idea.
good luck with that. Let me know the final verdict.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What my guess would be a draw.
Yeah, sometimes guess is not enough.
Maybe it's the right one. Actually, you know.
So 10 seconds. How now it's over with waiting moves. Now it's
You
about
have to guess. Yes. Now you just go and.
and
guess.
rook a3. Your move played on
Yeah,
last
okay,
3
he
seconds.
decided to go for this after all. But maybe with a king on g6, it's a little bit more precise. Yeah.
So rook d4.
Rook d4. Then king f5 is becoming an option. It's
But I'm taking
king
b.
f5. I don't know.
Taking rook b5.
I
Look
wanted to go
shaky.
king here. Not sure.
So we were talking about this should be shaky.
Yeah, rook b5.
Yeah,
you're
so
right, yes.
so you should start with something else. Rook d4, but he's
No,
not
doesn't.
making it.
But now after king d2, I would be almost sure that some rook g3, rook g4 ideas should be present. Okay, now he has two options, to go b6 or this rook g3, and he went for b6, and it seems that it's
So rook
correct.
will go behind. b5, rook b4.
No, but,
but-
that would be a draw if I
Yes.
bring the king. No, I think that the only option is to bring the king somehow, to go king c3.
And try to push. So
Yeah, but then I'm not in time to push it.
takes. You go here. King c3. Take. Let's say king b3.
Yeah, something like this. But
And-
I'm afraid that some endgames like
Rook d6.
rook b8, maybe I won't go. No?
Okay. Still,
Well, yeah.
still time to work. Why not rook d6?
Rook d6, yeah, maybe that's the right one. Yes, I just push the pawn. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
and if we would really love to say that it's a dead draw, but we can't.
Still, yeah. Even here, king c4 and rook goes down, but this should be
No,
a
but
draw.
then king f5. Yeah,
Yeah.
then I don't believe that it will be possible to win this. I think, yeah, it seems that the idea is correct, and maybe he has done it even in the right version, because with king on g6 he can control the f5 square, which is very important.
And what's funny, sometimes people are not following live tournaments and games, and then afterwards you check it and easy
Easy draw.
draw, and then someone shows you facial impression of Vincent, for example, 2 moves ago.
He didn't look like he was sure that it's a draw.
Yeah,
Maybe not even now he is.
yeah.
And no, this is also always my advice to anyone I work with, because I think that watching, of course, if possible, live is the best. But even replaying the live top events with obviously quality commentary. Didn't mean necessarily today, but I think that that basically you can.
But
can
other
really,
days was
yeah,
okay.
other days were definitely just much bigger fun for spectators. More resultative games. Look at this. Today was some kind of just maybe 2-3 results in whole tournament. So we should go for open to search for wins, and this time. Of course, but what I mean is that in many cases you can learn a lot by, of course, not only from the games itself, but from the commentary, because usually players who commentate, they are quite qualified, and basically you can also, there is some events there is a choice of commentators in different languages, so you can find not only English but also local versions of it, and I think it's a very good addition to training.
I want to add that for sure viewers could learn a lot from you, so this is not a question. And I'm sometimes surprised how many players are basically watching this. For example, Daniel Jufa told me yesterday that he didn't know about this winning method of 3 versus 2, which was actually mentioned in John Nunn's book.
Okay.
And this f6, rook f7, and that kind of stuff. So I don't know, because knowledge is transferring. I might be a totally average grandmaster, but maybe I know something which others are not familiar with. And
usually people who don't do enough coaching. I think I've learned it earlier, but actually I've because this is one of the nicest things in this basic end game. So it's quite nice actually to have this, and not only end games obviously. I think that opening part is quite interesting usually to see the views of. For example, Peter Leko is great. Not only him, of course, but in opening part he explains with great depth and understanding. So, yeah, definitely this is an endgame part, of course, where we maybe are not that helpful as you would expect to. But there are many good books on rooks and games you can address. This looks like holdable.
Yeah, but we are not using engine, and you could see the sometimes you can grasp also the logics. What worries us or you? What's the way how you're thinking to get out of the problems?
Yeah, also it may well happen that each of us would be able to lose this in practical game, and maybe not only once.
Yes.
So
yes,
so
exactly.
This is definitely not an easy end game, and well done for Hans. Whatever happens next, that he actually from the position which seemingly looked quite dry and drawish, he managed to find the ways to continue the game, create problems to Keymer and to us as well, prolonging this game.
Yeah, true.
But we are enjoying this.
Yeah, but
yeah,
it's a right instructive moment to emphasize that when you're working a lot with engines, somehow engines that tend to kill you, like this feeling for creating problems that even many positions with equal evaluation can be practically a good try to play for a win. So here in this game we had so many things. So someone can say, after the opening
it was
black
zeros all the
yeah,
time,
but yeah. So that means that still you should invest in your practical skills and try to be creative in creating posing problems to your opponent. Yeah.
King a4, but now d4 is already. Maybe he's trying actually to provoke him to go d4 and then to go king b3 back.
Yeah, rook b7 was played, which was some kind of zugzwang. Still not simple, right?
Yeah, still he's struggling. Now they are both very low on time. True, it's not very difficult for white, I think, to repeat moves occasionally.
Now we are again in this zone of 8 men, which some people in this world have definite knowledge. Not everyone yet.
7. Okay, interesting.
So
7. So the idea is to create ground for going for okay. One of the ideas is obviously just to prevent white to go b5.
Yeah, to collect.
Just very straightforward. But okay.
So let's say that I push b5. You will go rook c4.
I think yes.
King a5. Will you
Just
take it?
Yeah.
Okay. Rook goes, or I push.
Rook. I think
Goes
I have to go rook
E.
h1. Yeah.
Okay.
Can I do
H1?
this? Can I do this? No.
Rook b3 or
B3, I can give a check and go back to A8.
Okay, but this is something which probably will
It would be a
happen.
draw. I
Yeah.
don't want to calculate. even,
check.
but This is.
You go down.
Yes, this should be a draw, no?
Yeah, this should be a
Yeah,
draw,
just
and
run
you
with
go
the
king
H pawn, yeah.
f5 or whatever,
Yeah.
or
king
push
A5.
maybe h4 is
Oh yeah,
first.
maybe H4
Yeah.
first, and you are not in time, I think, for this. Maybe just do this. Yeah. It should be.
And
Should be far
shouldering,
enough.
shouldering.
Yeah, king F5, and that should
Yeah,
be enough. So
yeah.
in the game, they still do some maneuvering, and he
This is a
comes
draw, yeah.
back. Rook b7, repetition, I think. I mean, it's kind of coming back to this game because if you remember a couple of rounds ago, he played Yakuboev, and he had this Rook's Endgame, which he holded. It should have been similarly frustrating for Yakuboev not to win that game, and this looks like that it's gonna be the same story. White seemingly close to a full point, but also quite far from it. Yeah, it seems that. Well, Rook f8. Okay, yeah, well, a different try. Now it doesn't give Black a chance to make an easy move, like Rook d7, but he goes.
In Goa during FIDE World Cup, we had some nice evening, and Aronian was there, Yakuboev was there, and then Levon. We set it down. Unfortunately for him, he just lost against Arjun Ergaisi. It was, I think, quarterfinal. And then, but he was relaxed in terms of how long he was there, and it's very exhausting, so many rounds. Keti was also there, and we were just chatting afterwards. There was some big chess sets and the game, and then we sat down and showed some Rook's Endgame. I was really amazed. Yeah, Levon's knowledge. This is really
Not surprising
yeah,
for me.
yeah.
Yeah, because we have
it's so impressive.
many years ago we had a training session actually, and we like looked at many interesting end games, and actually he was quite fond of so-called Ventura setup. It's a famous one with
king
the
on
A,
g7, rook f6.
f6. But there are many details and subtleties in Ventura setup. And funnily enough, 2 years after this training session, I'm watching a live game from St. Louis. He is playing against Magnus. And Magnus has 2 pawns on h5, like I think it was h5 and h2 or h3, and 1 extra pawn. So he has 3 pawns up, but Levon actually executed Ventura in perfect fashion, like on 5th rank. So I was laughing, and, because I said, "Oh, okay, this one he knows for sure," because he actually is. I mean, I was always working with him, was so educating and humbling actually at the same time, because when you work with people like him, you find out that you don't know that much, and but still he knows a lot, but he's still very hungry for knowledge, and he wants to know how to win such an end game, how to, let's say, it applies to everything: openings, middle game, end games, blitz, just everything.
Yeah, big fun for the game, and as I said, I was showing him, I don't know, position with the e pawn and a rook and some stuff, and then
e6 pawn,
and then
yeah.
he comes out with like 5 steps before that
Yes.
That position can come.
Well, I think that he would mention his game against Magnus from Moscow.
Yeah, of course. Okay, this
It's,
is old school. Magnus was already 2700. He gave he gave check, which actually I was Krunoslav Hulak, the chess school, so I needed to know end games a lot. So yeah, I know this example by heart. But it's important to know this because then you can draw edge and f if
Yeah,
you know
but this
that
is-
kind of things.
This is another thing where we have a mutual friend of ours, who is Lavon from Armenia, and he is F and H specialist. I think I've never seen anyone so booked up in this endgame. He's a huge fan of this endgame, and he knows all about the history of theory of this endgame. Okay, and we are going to our line. Finally, decision was made to push b5.
Yeah, this is the
And
position.
we are going to get to the end game we actually analyzed here. It took them some time to get there, but they will end up in this end game. Okay, but it's of course a good try from white. Obviously doesn't risk anything. King a5, rook takes h4. It's gonna be...
Yeah, he knows this. Shouldering and everything. There is only one important thing that you need to know, that with the king on the third rank and the pawn as well, that who is on the move. If black is on the move, it's a draw, or the side with the pawn, and if it's side with the rook on the move, give check and wins. So this is some kind of benchmark to calculate. So white king, for example, on d3, black king on g3 and pawn on black king on f3 and pawn on g3. If black is on the move, black draws either with g2, but sometimes king f2 is even more precise, while white wins with check, rook f8. Okay, this is something I knew. And I won versus Lawrence Trent. It was 3 pawns. He had a pawn on c6, but I'm not taking it. I was just running closer. Yeah, so it's sometimes
time is everything in this
Yeah.
endgame. Yeah. Oh, you can pick from rook e4 and rook h2. I'm not sure if there is any big difference, but I would go for rook h2, I think. Trying to figure out if there is any significant difference.
Yeah, white can go even rook f4 after rook h2, but it's not changing much.
Okay, went for rook e4 is probably an easier option. Yeah. It would lead to to something similar at the end of the day. So I believe that. Yeah, we can see
b7, rook
confirmation.
e8, rook b1, and yeah, similar.
It's gonna be. I mean, probably this is a easier move. He did invest some time here, around a minute, to try to figure out if rook e4 doesn't will change much, and okay, yeah, that's to try to.
Yeah, because if you push, your king might be cutted, which is not a
but
great thing in this
It's
edge pawn.
like a final try maybe, but now, for example, if he just goes for a
King
f5, yeah, maybe king f5,
yeah,
king
it
g4
should be a dead draw.
Should be okay also.
As
Yeah,
you
maybe
can
a
see,
very
drawing moves.
Yeah, like d4 as well, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But from my point of view, and it's matter of taste, but I would go for king activation. This is somehow the most principle. Yeah.
King g5
Better
is
let
one
go,
of the
yeah.
this I would expect. Okay, this is something which you probably, even if not an expert in rook endgames, you would come up with. Of course, it's important to know what the dangers of this endgames are, and I'm sure that both of them, they know there is only way how white can win this, and that would be that your king remains passive, and when it's cut, then rook d3 motif is going to win, but it's not going to happen here.
I see that Indian viewers will get some small final video. Abu Daya is there making a last moment. He also sends, yeah, as you can see, that's the moment when game will finish very soon.
Okay, I guess that they will finish it up with
Kings.
probably kings or something similar. A tough day today. I think that for many many of the players, rook d8, a try, rook e7, just
Yeah. That's
one
it.
of the ways.
Yes.
One of the ways, of course. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah, rook g8.
yes, to improve the rook, this is the idea, because either king comes in front or king goes to
king f4, yeah.
f4 or f3, and then rook go back, and then at least you have rook on h file, but it doesn't change much.
It's very far. And the
Yeah.
king is extremely far. It's not. You are not even getting a rook against the knight, which at least would give you some.
But this endgame rook versus a pawn can be tricky, because sometimes it's like really important, and it can be one tempo, and depends where is the rook, or it can be quite tricky.
This is not the one, unfortunately, for
Yeah,
white. Yeah, I mean,
exactly.
any move more or less. King f4, yeah, looks like more. I mean, king f3 would obviously be enough, but rook a8, rook h8, king g4.
Yeah, he will play rook h8.
King g4, king a6.
Yeah.
H4 takes
B7,
h3. Yeah, well, this.
It's so far. It's
Yeah,
two
and
moves
you are
away.
not, it's two moves. Yeah, so
Yeah.
it's check, take chase.
Yeah. Now we know that this is a person who knows that it's equal.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we can see now from facial expression.
It's funny.
That's
the
not
game
the
is still
same,
on, right?
but
yeah,
yeah,
because
the
those
game is
guys
still-
are looking somewhere else.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
just trying
The
to.
game is still on. The evaluation is the same, but we know.
Yeah, both
sign
knows
of
the
relief.
result, and both of them say.
Yeah. Now you go
King
to
A6.
this. How to call this
Now
phase of
they-
the game?
Now they will blitz out.
Yeah. This.
Clean up.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Now it's a clean up phase of the game. Yeah.
I think that kings. My
Mhm.
bad. Yep.
Yeah,
What do
yeah,
you
you're
think?
right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Kings.
But not King's Indian. Now it's theater mode.
No, but this is okay. I think that it's.
It's fine.
You know. Oh,
We'll see.
what is this?
But you paid
Come
for
on,
your
guys.
ticket.
Come
You
on.
paid for your
Come
ticket.
on, guys. This was still not very clear.
No, they heard you.
Yeah. I mean, he wanted to. Yes, he wanted to prove us wrong, but.
Yeah. Or maybe it's the second score sheet. Third score sheet. Not yet. Okay.
Right. Very nice game. I think
Yeah.
very educational for all of us.
True.
Maybe. So was a big fight, and deserved draw at the end for Vincent, who proved he is very good in end games and in general.
It was
top
not
defender.
simple. It
No,
wasn't
not
simple at all. With those rooks, so many combinations to calculate. I appreciated this a lot. That was a huge effort.
Yes, this is how I think that these are the games by which both players could improve and grow, and this is also very nice for end game knowledge.
How about after the game in analysis? Were you sometimes surprised with conclusions of opponent? You played in Bosnia for a long that you know that you were lost from bunch of your games.
Yeah, well, you know, I learned a lot in analysis. Also, well, it very much depends on the result. And of course, some opponents, they would have this tendency to try to destroy you twice, not only over the board but also during the analysis. I learned quite quickly to recognize this and just to leave. And if I see that my opponent really wants to share some thoughts about the games, then I'm fine. But not always was the case. Yeah.
But there were some passionate people like Alexander Beljavsky who would, for love of chess, sit there after the game of 5 hours and analyze for 3 hours.
Well, also there's a bunch of people who are not really necessarily capable of controlling their emotions after the lost game. So even with some close friends, we had this agreement, unwritten, that basically after the game we leave and then we meet up later on for the analysis. And this is a good mode to work with. But this guy's also, well, we had coffee and analyze the games.
Yeah, I have a clue. Okay, so Mopsi, once again, let's just recheck results. We have surprising winner, but deserved winner of today's game. We do hope that Gukesh will come back, but of course, kudos to his opponents. They're playing very inspiring chess. We can see the results, all standings. Yeah, still unclear who will win the tournament, but very strange situation that world champion is
not doing well at the moment, to say at least. But again, 3 rounds to go. I think he proved in several events that he can finish strong. So let's hope that he will deliver some excitement and can also maybe help decide as the top of the table. At the moment, he doesn't look like joining the race, of course. But yeah, well, not every day is great for even if you are a world champion.
Thanks for your expertise, Mosi, and dear viewers, thanks for watching. Tomorrow, same time, 3 rounds to go. Now we might get some more info about possible winners of this event. Challengers, you mentioned also open tournaments, everything is unclear till the moment. Very enjoyable event, so thanks for being with us, and once again, Mosi, thanks for joining.
Thank you very much, it was a pleasure.
See us tomorrow.